Is it a Holland? And I also have a really good lawyer.
You need to
She
check
got
in
me
the
the
other
green
one.
card. No, Mary, not Mary. 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 Mary.
This one, I should hold down.
Mary, I know you're Mary.
So you need to check in the
Yeah, but she's her husband is an Angolan.
She said it's the from the she said it's
My
for the
lawyer is
For the right, for the robot.
Yeah, you can definitely check in
What
the
I'm saying is
other
that
really good lawyer. She, yeah.
No, no, it's already connected.
it's already.
Yeah, you
I
don't
would
have to
run
do
or
it.
call because they need get that references.
In my character.
Is the Angolan
So
processing
you
time card?
need to, I'm gonna set the camera.
The visas processing for
When I
cards?
set it, if you can check it with Hungary.
Well then, no waste of time.
Yeah, it's probably.
Yeah, you should ask him.
Hey Jake, what's your white balance? 58? 4,800? Okay. Who's Bailey?
Which is here.
I'm 55.
48 for here.
48?
Yeah, like I'm nice here. I'm seventh at eight, so I'm like sure it's the same. Yeah, not far. Do you go to? I mean, do you go to?
Hey,
Right. Upstairs.
appreciate it.
Like,
I got it. I got it. Thanks.
what are you? Coffee shop?
Did you see me?
I'll dial into 48.
Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, she's so stiff, she said it.
That's where I've always been seven. I know, because it's like, oh, yeah. It's not just like, which I don't know. The Dodge should be version is wood.
It's like a typical American out here. Central, that's not
A couple neighborhoods with like all the side roads. I literally, I
You are today.
Okay, don't listen too much. I love it. I'm sure we're going to have a lane off the road on.
then we'll take care of anything with the podium. The round? Do you see that? Yeah, we do. Hey, still there? No? Okay, okay. So look, so do you see me in
Audio test check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio test check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll be honest, it's it for me.
She allegedly won the election. Print yourself out.
Jake, I think you're going to be on White House too.
So Robo's going to get her?
Yeah, but I think you're rolling.
Oh, I
Sally's on.
I don't feel it. A little blue? You good? You good, Vooch?
On the level top? Yeah, they said it's okay. Dana, is it on channel 1 or channel 2? Both?
Welcome, comrade. Welcome, Sergey. You know, Sergey Sanchez.
Okay, you can bring it back up to both channels. All right, I'll tell you. So it's on both channels now, right? Thank you.
Going right in there, okay.
This is the job. I'm gonna swap so you come over. So swap it. More break. ¿Ustedes son full on? No. Pedro está de vacaciones, ando con él, con su tío. No, estamos en base. Se metieron los parques. Sí. Todos los días hoy es el día que no. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Press.
Got water here for the court. Estaba él, 8-6, 475, 476. En la cocina, ya no gusto verte. Dale igualmente, Emiliano, cuídate.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you had your spot. That's all. And just be careful with the mic. I just don't want it to fall off.
You got Pat?
I think so. That's just not. Okay, it's probably going to see that. Carrie, your boots are not high enough. Your boots are not high enough. Your boots are not high enough.
They're not. I wish they were.
Oh, wow.
The snow's going to go right down.
It's like the pants.
It's going to go right in. More snow goes. Saturday.
You good? Okay.
Oh, no, I'm saying we just take the screens.
Stay open.
I mean, it could be. No, they put it out there so that if it doesn't get hot.
Okay. We're gonna shut it down. I think I was told on time ago. Thank you.
You want to see that outside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It'll shut.
Stand here. So cold. It's just insane. It's ridiculous.
What's your seat?
I'm standing in front of my
Oh, it's your back there. Okay.
Thank you.
And that's
I told her.
listen to me, don't listen to it. Are you gonna be up there or
Check it out.
here? There's no out here. There's no out here.
No, what do you? Oh, maybe it's from the walker.
Oh, that, right there, right there. You know what? I put it on 2 p.m. Mine? 9 because she's
Yeah, she'll have it. I've done this.
It's really not that I'm actually curious.
I always have
Hate that.
sweater too. Just take a look.
But like every six months, have you tried to remember all your information? No, that sounds.
Thank you.
I'm gonna keep this camera,
The last time I scanned as well.
Welcome aboard. It's possible here.
I was waiting till the last minute, so like I'm sure it's cold in there.
Welcome aboard.
Just get so crowded up here.
I wasn't sure. Somebody listed.
I'm just doing one of the quarters. No, this is
Okay.
it's probably a spot.
I was like, if that's the case, then.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I have called to be ready for her prior to this meeting. She said she has a flashlight.
And it's in the
Same way.
Sorry.
Oh, we'll go over a camera.
I think the other side might be cleaner. That work?
You're close scoops the your next
Okay, I'm not going to you guys. Oh, can I was an inside joke? Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I got it. No. All right, well,
I'm so tired. This is so stupid. The guy was waiting to cut me off. No, he was not. It's funny when they were doing like the first press conference that was basically like first lady of Florida Jack. It's like they did the bubble sign language over her. So then the next day, Casey was on the other side of the bar. It was great with her. Because Casey's like his ambassador.
Okay, yes. Sorry about that.
That's a good shot.
Hey, Kara. Kara, can you come here for a second? Let me just, you gonna put on the outside of your jacket? Yeah.
Where you know where you
If I give this up,
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right. Just like that. It's fine.
And it sounds like that was also on Paul Wall, I think, was did some work.
1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. Guys, we're gonna start.
1:15 is usually like the earliest.
Change that plan. We're supposed to do that whole thing on the truth. Hi, Ed. Hello, Jack. How are you? How are you feeling? Better? Yeah. Everyone plenty of the edge of light.
That's what I heard. All I heard is you. But I guess he wants you yeah, me too. Yes, I am.
Hey, it's Jay. I don't think you're going to.
Yeah, it's incredibly notable, Brianna, and that's partly because and the president actually pointed this out in his social post this morning, that Homan has not been the one leading these operations on the ground. And so really the face of these operations has been Gregory Aquino, the Border Patrol Commander at large, and also the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and both of them have been publicly out there aggressively defending ICE throughout all of this, and that's part of this. Now, to go back to what you were saying about some of the lawmakers that our colleague Kristi Noem has been talking to, they're saying that they look at Homan as kind of a grown-up in this situation, and that they were relieved when they told her that he is going to Minnesota. We did hear from the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt this morning saying that he's going to be managing the operations on the ground in Minneapolis once he gets down there. So again, very notable. And I should note here some context as well. We know that Homan, despite him being someone who was pushing some of the hardline immigration policies in this administration, many people view him as being less hardline on some of this than Godino and Noem. And I should also note as well that we've reported that Homan and Noem have clashed many times in the past. They've been at odds at times over how to handle the administration's crackdown for immigration. And so a lot of big changes here. We're going to have to see if this is really a wider strategy shift that the president is doing by sending him, and what this could mean for both Godino and outside and brandished his gun. She also compared him to being a domestic terrorist. We heard the same though. We heard similar language from Stephen Miller, the President's Homeland Security Advisor. We also heard from Bovino saying essentially that Pretti was trying to assassinate and massacre the agents on the ground. I want you to listen to what we actually heard from the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche this morning, speaking for Fox News and arguing essentially that no one is trying to make the case that Pretti was an assassinator. So clearly, what William was saying is not in line with what we just were there from Noem during that press conference on Saturday. There are so many questions still that people are going to need answers for. We're hoping to get some of them soon when Karoline Leavitt comes out here. Many of them being why do these conclusions before the investigation has actually been conducted? What evidence do they have for making some of these statements? And so much more. Stay tuned for that. Sorry.
About what? No, it's not yet. Like I don't feel comfortable. Like I feel like, do you want me to talk? I don't want to like if you could. No, I don't mind doing it. I want to. Yes, I like to. I could come at it in a different way if I knew status. You know what I mean? Like, let's meet up and have a coffee and talk about it. But or else I feel like
When I put my shit.
Yeah. Oh my God. What is this ABC?
if you could find that out from
Right.
you know, if he's not, it makes it so much different. No, you should. You should reach out. And if he doesn't reply, I will.
Hopefully I'm not blocking you.
Not getting the satisfactory answer. But find that out because I can just I'm not a person if I feel comfortable that I'm not stepping on it.
No, it's good. Yep, that's right there. Yes, yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Caroline could get her possibly. I think I raised it high enough. Yeah. It can go even higher, but I don't know.
Nervous? I believe.
No word.
Good afternoon, Jackie. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming in on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Frey and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Frey have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York, and yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today. That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number 1, Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. Number 2, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong here. We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe following their call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering: strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds of thousands to deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together with federal law enforcement. We want to let cops be cops. You wouldn't know this continues to be a very popular policy position from the biased media coverage over the course of the last few days, but polling shows huge support for this exact thing President Trump is calling for. More than 80% of Americans favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of violent crimes. A country unable to deport criminals who enter it illegally is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats was already on the ballot on November 5th, 2024, and it was resoundingly rejected. President Trump will never back down from his promise to deport violent criminal illegal aliens and make America safe again, and he welcomes all cooperation in that effort. With that, I will answer your questions. And Jordan Conradson, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. Jordan Conradson from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left, but I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to in the U.S. Capitol?
Well, you raised a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well in those opening remarks, in that there has no doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media in picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said, President Trump does not want any Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in American communities across the country. He believes what happened on Saturday is a tragedy, but every life is equal to President Trump, and that's why the lives of Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist media coverage over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls across the country as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe. Sure, go ahead, Jordan.
I want to get your response to this. The Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged rioters to go out, shoot, and kill ICE agents. And I'll quote her here. She said, "If you reasonably believe your life's in danger and you're in the house or in your car or on your property, you can defend yourself with lethal force." And she said that you can't tell if ICE agents are law enforcement or imposters, and it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believe they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that, and does the White House believe that she should be held accountable for these remarks?
Such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country who are encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy people to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement. Again, these brave men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and the federal enforcement are just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators who were honking their horns and were screaming slurs at him. And he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a child predator, somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job." This rhetoric against ICE, comparing them to Nazi Gestapo, Donald Trump's police force, is despicable, it is shameful, and it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in Minneapolis and in other places across the country. Gabe, go ahead.
For justifying violence.
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline.
Gabe.
Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Pretti looks like he wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Pretti a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Homan is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that. So Borders Are Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials. And I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president. Jennifer.
On Saturday's shooting, has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead and we will let the facts play out. In this investigation, I do know that HSI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved and the agents who were involved in this unfortunate tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those details?
The president is obviously very much on the ball with respect to this investigation. I think he's made that quite clear with the various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the 4 points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Pretti committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Pretti a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Pretti in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed to hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Pretti for calling him, quotes, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, despite the fact that, as you say, this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States, wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets. And we mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine the loss of life, especially losing one's child. And that same empathy from the President goes for the parents of angel families, parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country as well, and that's exactly why the President continues to be wholeheartedly committed to deporting the worst of the worst criminals from our country. Why don't we go to the back? Kelly.
Caroline, does the President believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Does he want body camera footage to be released to the public? Now,
that's not something I've heard the president commit to, so I won't do that from the podium.
Caroline,
Sure.
Caroline, how serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state officials in Minnesota are actively coordinating with demonstrators through encrypted or non-encrypted communications, as well as providing government resources to impede immigration enforcement operations?
I'm sorry, Carrie, could you repeat your question?
How serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state Minnesota officials are communicating with demonstrators to basically impede immigration officials?
Well, we've definitely seen active organization amongst these left-wing groups, Carrie, and it is something that I know the FBI and the Department of Justice are looking into. Again, it is illegal to unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement in this country, and these agitators are making it nearly impossible for ICE to do their jobs and for federal law enforcement to carry out the will of the American people to deport the worst of the worst. I would just encourage everyone to please imagine in this room, all of you come to the White House every day to report on the President of the United States and the administration. You come into this briefing room, you walk through the gates of the White House. Just imagine if there were left-wing agitators or agitators of any kind who were in your face, who were doxing you, who were harassing you, who were physically threatening you, who were biting off your fingers in the case of two Border Patrol agents we saw this past weekend in Minneapolis. That would make it very difficult for you to show up and do your job here at the White House every single day. That's what these officers in Minneapolis are facing. That's why the president is calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Frey for these three very simple and common sense points of cooperation so that ICE and local law enforcement can work together. Again, we are just asking for police to be police. And if you ask any law enforcement agent or official, they want to be able to work with their federal counterparts at the state and local level and vice versa.
Caroline. Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions. One is looking forward. The role of Mr. Homan. Is he being sent by the president to diffuse the situation that exists right now on the ground? Is he the point person essentially for the White House in terms of trying to tamp down the tensions that exist right now in Minnesota?
Well, Mr. Homan is the point person for cooperating with state and local authorities and corresponding with them, again, to achieve this level of cooperation to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. And I would just point out that Mr. Homan is someone who has been lauded for many, many decades for his experience working in law enforcement. In fact, this is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified. He has the full trust and faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings in the hopes that ICE and local law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have successful immigration enforcement, as we've seen in almost every other state across the country.
And secondly, Caroline, can you talk a little bit about tomorrow's trip by the president to Iowa, what the purpose of that trip is, and what the goals of that trip are?
Sure, yes. Tomorrow, President Trump will be traveling to Des Moines, Iowa. He will be making a local visit at a local business, and then he will be giving a speech on affordability and on the economy. And I know he very much looks forward to being there, to meeting with the great people of Iowa, but also lawmakers as well. Jake.
Caroline, a couple quick questions. First, does the president remain fully confident in Kristi Noem's ability to lead the DHS?
Yes.
And then just secondly, just on that Wall Street Journal reporting that we saw yesterday, the president said at some point that the immigration enforcement officers would leave Minneapolis. Did the Saturday killing of Alex Pretti expedite that withdrawal at all?
To your first question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem. To the second question, I would point you back to what I said earlier. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures, CBP will no longer be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement will peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions, to remove violent criminals from American neighborhoods across the country.
Did Walz ask the president to remove the immigration enforcement officers?
He asked the president to scale down, and the president reiterated what the president put out in his statement yesterday and what I'm sharing with all of you as well. I would just add on this level of cooperation a few statistics that I think are very important. 7 of the top 10 safest cities in the United States cooperate with ICE. And we've seen historic turnaround in safety in cities that have chosen to cooperate with ICE, that are not just led by Republicans, but also look right here in Washington, D.C. We had a great level of cooperation with Mayor Bowser in the local government, and we have been able to remove thousands of illegal aliens from the District of Columbia, where you all live, so you can thank President Trump for that. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. has plummeted as a result. There were no riots, there were no protests, nobody was tragically killed as a result of that level of cooperation between federal and local authorities. And again, that's all the president is asking for in Minnesota. It's totally common sense. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you. Karoline, in this process, you continue to describe the situation in Minneapolis as chaos. Was there any mistake made by Secretary Noem that led the president to send Mr. Homan there?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Did Secretary Noem make a mistake which led to...
If she made any mistake that could lead the president to send Mr. Homan to Minneapolis?
No, as I already mentioned, Mr. Homan has been working alongside Secretary Noem and for the president over the course of the last year. And again, he's uniquely positioned to hop on a flight to Minnesota today to continue this correspondence with state and local authorities, and that's what he's going to be doing. Fran.
Karoline, is it the White House's position that Americans have the right to show up to these ICE operations and film, document, or protest the law enforcement actions?
All Americans have a First Amendment constitutional right, of course, but Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede and obstruct lawful immigration enforcement operations. That is actually a crime, and it's something that we've seen taking place in the streets of Minneapolis, which again is leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Back to the call with Governor Walz this morning, the president described it as respectful. He said we seem to be on a similar wavelength, but you had strong criticism for the governor and the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, just now. So could you explain the difference in tone between what the president had said in his True Social post and I think some of the criticisms that you just levied from the podium?
Fran, I think the criticisms that I laid out, I'm painting the picture for all of you in this room, are what led to the moment that we are in today, where Governor Walz and President Trump are having a conversation, a constructive and productive conversation to end the chaos and the lawlessness that has taken place in Governor Walz's state. Elena.
Thank you. I had a question. With Homan now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country. Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
And to follow up, given what we've heard from several Trump administration officials, people like Stephen Miller, as people point out, calling him a domestic terrorist, Bovino saying that Pretti was out to massacre law enforcement. Why not require ICE agents to wear body cameras to clear up some of the disputes that we are hearing from witnesses and video footage versus what the administration has been saying?
Well, that's a policy question that I know the policy folks in the building are having with members on Capitol Hill, and I'll leave it to them and the president to make that decision.
And I just have a final question is on, you were talking about the level of cooperation that the president talked about with Governor Walz. Will the administration commit to cooperating with local officials on this investigation into Alex Pretti?
The president spoke about this with Governor Walz and said he would have a discussion about it. He did not make a commitment, and so therefore I won't make that commitment here. I would just remind all of you in the media, because I've seen a lack of reporting on this fact, there are investigations into what took place on Saturday. The Homeland Security investigations and the FBI have teamed up for an investigation, and there's also an internal CBP investigation, an internal review of what is happening on the ground in Minnesota. The president supports those investigations, and as I've said repeatedly, he wants to see them move forward. Phil.
FBI Director Kash Patel said in a Sunday interview, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest." Does the president believe the Second Amendment rights remain in effect even when protesting?
The president supports the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding American citizens, absolutely. There has been no greater supporter or defender of the right to bear arms than President Donald J. Trump. So while Americans have a constitutional right to bear arms, Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede lawful immigration enforcement operations. And any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately what took place on Saturday.
Will his mission continue to be focusing on illegal immigrants with a criminal history, or will it be on illegal immigration generally?
Mr. Homan will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws, especially deporting the worst of the worst criminals in Minnesota who have committed violent offenses. And I would just remind all of you that this important work is continuing to be carried out. In just the last few days, I'm happy to provide this packet to anyone in the room. ICE has arrested multiple violent criminals, illegal aliens within Minnesota. Many of them have convictions for assault, driving under the influence, fraud. This individual here I'm looking at was an aggravated felon with multiple convictions for larceny, fraud, and forgery of checks, vehicle theft, drug possession, domestic assault, inflicting bodily harm on another, criminal convictions of larceny, identity theft, again, charged with driving under the influence. These are extremely dangerous people who Governor Walz and Mayor Frey have allowed to roam on their streets, and all the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America. I'll take a couple more. Go ahead.
Okay, so this weekend the president posted that this is a cover-up of the fraud in the state of Minnesota. He also posted Minnesota is a cover-up. These both happened after the shooting. So given that these came after the shooting, what is the this here? What is the cover-up he's alleging?
Yes, it's a good question. I've spoken with the president about this at length. What the president is referring to is the fact that you have Governor Walz and, again, the mayor, who have been encouraging these left-wing agitators to come out and to harass and to dox and to threaten ICE and to make this conversation about and smear lies about federal law enforcement who, again, are just trying to do their jobs in an attempt to distract from the widespread, massive fraud that has taken place in their state. Billions and billions of dollars has been stolen from law-abiding taxpayers in Minnesota, and the administration continues to be very focused on getting to the bottom of it, and especially, and the president raised a good question over the weekend, with respect to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who now has a net worth within the millions, and one must ask themselves, why and how is that possible? Is she connected to the fraud rings that we have seen taking place within her state and her own district? It's a question the American people are raising, and the president believes it's one worth answering. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to go back to some of the comments from Stephen Miller and Secretary Noem. You've made clear the president wants to see the investigation play out when answering some of the questions on the specific details. Is he concerned that some of those definitive statements made by other officials risks public perception of the credibility of those investigations now playing out?
Again, the president believes that these investigations are credible, they are continuing, they are active, and he wants to let them play out. Alex.
Caroline, thank you. Is the administration willing to separate DHS funding from other funding bills in order to avoid a broader shutdown?
Look, at this point, the White House supports the bipartisan work that was done to advance the bipartisan appropriations package, and we want to see that passed. Policy discussions on immigration in Minnesota are happening. Look, the president is leading those discussions as evidenced by his correspondence with Governor Walz this morning, but that should not be at the expense of government funding for the American people, which would include, as you know, Alex, FEMA funding, and we are in the midst of the storm that took place over the weekend, and many Americans are still being impacted by that. So we absolutely do not want to see that funding lapse, and we want the Senate to move forward with passing the bipartisan appropriations package that was negotiated on a bipartisan basis.
And secondly, there's another round of Russia-Ukraine talks this weekend, Sunday. If you can walk us through with the president, how he'll be involved in that, if at all. We'll be talking to President Putin, President Zelensky ahead of those meetings.
I'm not tracking any scheduled calls at this point in time. However, the president remains deeply involved, and of course he's being apprised by his advisors, namely Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Witkoff, on these talks. They had a multilateral meeting this past weekend, which didn't get a ton of coverage, but that was historic in nature, where the president's team has really brought two sides of this war to the table together to move the ball closer towards peace. So the president is not giving up on the peace process. He obviously just met with President Zelensky when we were in Davos, Switzerland, but I'm not tracking any calls scheduled for this week. On one more foreign policy point, I will point out, as you all saw, the last remaining body of the hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza has been returned. This is a huge foreign policy feat for the President of the United States, for the state of Israel, and frankly for the whole world. The President made the impossible possible, and so it's great news for the President, for the United States, for our allies, and also for peace in the Middle East. And I understand that more than 20 new additional countries have also signed up to join the newly established Board of Peace with respect to the rebuilding of Gaza, which is another historic accomplishment for this President. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you in Iowa tomorrow.
Did the President talk to us? Yeah, but I want to.
Have also signed up to join the newly established Board of Peace with respect to the rebuilding of Gaza, which is another historic accomplishment for this President. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you in Iowa tomorrow.
Did the President talk to us?
Karoline Leavitt taking a lot of questions today on the incident that happened in Minneapolis over the weekend. And Karoline putting out the demands that President Trump is wanting from Minnesota lawmakers, including Walz and Fry. It goes like this. If Walz doesn't operate, ICE operations will continue as is. So here is the demands. Walz and Fry must turn over all criminal illegals currently in their custody, along with any illegals with active warrants or known criminal histories, for immediate deportation. State and local police must agree to turn over all illegals arrested by police to the federal government. And the third demand is that local police must assist in apprehending illegals wanted for crimes, especially violent ones. So that was the new list there that was put out by Karoline Leavitt just a little bit ago for this White House briefing. We will take a 2-minute break here. We'll be back with other top stories and headlines when we come back. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. As we continue to roll on, we do have another live feed that we want to bring to you out of New Orleans. This is a U.S. congressional field hearing talking about ICE operations. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
In their underpants for no reason at all.
and under President Trump's and Kristi Noem's leadership, 2025 was the deadliest year on record for individuals in ICE facilities. And I fear this year may set a new record as deaths of individuals in ICE facilities are already piling up. But I know I don't need to explain the level of inhumanity at these ICE facilities to people here in Louisiana. I know you are familiar with it. New Orleans and this nation are fortunate to have leaders like today's witnesses who work tirelessly to protect the rights and dignity of every person in this country. I look forward to hearing about your work, what you have observed during our Operation Catahoula Crunch, and your recommendation on how to save this nation. As Americans, we must continue to stand up and push back against the cruel Trump administration. The future of the country and the lives of our fellow Americans depend on it. I would now like to recognize Representative Troy Carter for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your partnership and your unwavering advocacy for the people of Mississippi and my home state of Louisiana, and for holding this critically important hearing here in my hometown of New Orleans. I want to extend a particular appreciation to other committee members who are here, who you will hear from shortly, Tim Kennedy from Buffalo, New York, and Seth Magaziner from Rhode Island, who braved the storm to be with us today because of the importance of this issue, not just in New Orleans, not just in Louisiana, but across our country. And their leadership on Homeland Security has been nothing short of phenomenal during these very difficult times. I want to also thank our distinguished witnesses for joining us today, and more importantly, for their tireless work and advocacy on behalf of immigrant neighbors. I especially want to thank our mayor, Mayor Helena Moreno.
All right, the audio a little bit going in and out, as you can see, as we were watching that. So we'll keep an eye on this one here for you on Live Now from Fox, keeping an eye on all of the latest live feeds that will be popping up throughout the afternoon. And we do have another one that is popping up that we will be bringing to you in just a little bit as well. This coming from New York. So we should be getting an update soon on weather conditions and much more. As soon as that gets going, we will bring that to you on Live Now from Fox. But next up, I want to take you out to D.C., where there was a Stop ICE rally that was going on just a little bit ago. Let's listen in.
Be organized, and that is something that we can build here. There are tenant unions in D.C. that deliver groceries to their immigrant neighbors. That should be every single one of our neighborhoods. Over 70 unions in Minneapolis endorsed the general strike. Every single one of us that works in a unionized workplace should be raising hell until ICE is off our streets. If you go to a synagogue or a mosque or a church or a temple, I want you to be asking yourself and to be asking your congregation, what is more of an act of worship than fighting for the dignity of human life that ICE is trying to strip from us? All of you are here because you have seen the videos. You've seen pictures of 5-year-olds being kidnapped on their way home from preschool, and you are angry. But it is not enough to be angry. You have to be organized, and that has to be sustained. Minneapolis understands that there is no individual person or action or donation that can fight ICE. What it will take to defeat these fascists is the power and strength of our whole communities, of our unions and workers and nonprofits and businesses and schools, all united in struggle. We are struggling against a capitalist system. We are struggling against a system in which over 90% of ICE detention centers are for profit. Shame. We are struggling against a system in which a journalist recording yesterday outside of a detention center was able to hear children screaming inside. We are struggling against a system in which people gamble over when we will bomb innocent people in Iran, Palestine, Somalia, Nigeria, or any of the other 8 countries that the United States bombed last year. We are struggling against a capitalist system in which over 70% of Americans oppose a war with Venezuela. But our president, instead of listening to us, listens to oil and gas executives and chooses to kidnap a foreign head of state. We are struggling against a capitalist system in which the U.S. House of Representatives just voted to triple ICE funding with the approval of 7 Democrats.
Lock up Congress!
We are struggling against a system in which people will tell you that our only hope is voting, while we watch 5-year-olds be kidnapped on their way home from preschool, while we watch Democrats call for de-escalation, while we watch what is supposed to be the left party in this country do nothing but make strongly worded statements. We don't want de-escalation. We want Liam Ramos back home with his family. We don't want strongly worded statements. We want a world in which Renee Good's son still has his mother. These people telling you to be patient are not your friends. These politicians are not your friends. Your friends are your neighbors who will put their bodies on the line to protect you. Your friends are your unions who will call for every city in this country to be shut down until ICE is off our streets. Your friends are your immigrant neighbors in Columbia Heights who all across the city are being kidnapped right in front of us. What Minneapolis is showing us is that we don't have to wait for Democrats. We don't have to wait for politicians. We don't have to wait for a savior that will never come. We don't have to wait when what we have is each other. And that is what it will take to fight against a capitalist system built on death and destruction. It takes an immense amount of work to win. In the lead up to the strike, I witnessed volunteer meetings every day, outreach shifts broken up by geographic location and strategic community targets, from indigenous nations to Latinos to Muslims to Southeast Asians. I saw coordination with unions, coordination with student groups, coordination with rapid response and patrol operations, independent media, a mutual aid network that over 200 volunteers are running to get groceries to their neighbors ahead of the strikes. Organizers studied the 1934 Minneapolis general strike and the labor and mutual aid tactics that made it successful. And on Friday, Minneapolis pulled off the first general strike in over 80 years in this country. The people of Minneapolis shut that city down. They said no work, no school, no business. And instead of business as usual, hundreds of thousands of people marched in brutal sub-zero temperatures, the coldest day in 6 years, to demand the following. 1, ICE must leave Minnesota now. 2, Renee Good's killer, Jonathan Ross, must be held accountable. 3, no additional funding for ICE in the new national budget. And 4, Minnesota and all national companies must cease all economic relationships with ICE and refuse ICE entry to their properties. We saw a city's entire working class together. We saw labor unions calling on their members to stay home from work, faith groups calling for a day of fasting and prayer, students putting down their books and taking to the streets, shop owners shuttering their stores, Somali moms and business owners handing out samosas to cold crowds. We saw mainstream media try to depict our class as divided amongst party lines, but we know that swaths of society are united against the terror that ICE is bringing down on our communities. And yesterday, we saw President Donald Trump walk back his rhetoric. While he was quick to echo rhetoric about Renee Good being a terrorist, he now says that they're investigating the murder of Alex Pretti. Federal officials are now wavering on whether or not the Minnesota deployment can continue. They are sensing that the working class in this country is about to boil over. They are sensing that what has happened in Minneapolis cannot be stopped, that this country is at a tipping point. It is our job to tip that scale, to ensure that the ruling class of this country knows that working people will not take this. And when working people stop, this whole country shuts down. History is changed by people moving in their millions, and we are in a time when more and more of our people in motion. The example that Minneapolis has set raises the possibility of struggle everywhere. It shows us that general strikes in the U.S. are not only possible, but they're necessary. This example will inspire people across the country to join an organization, join the struggle, and commit themselves to the cause of liberation. And that is precisely why the government is cracking down as hard as it is right now. The Trump administration has sent thousands of ICE and active duty military to Minnesota because they know this is the first general strike in over 80 years. Because they know that if what happened in Minneapolis on Friday can happen in DC tomorrow, they will lose. And that's not far-fetched. It wasn't just Minneapolis rising up on Friday. Across the country, there were hundreds of solidarity rallies, walkouts, marches, and teach-ins just like this. There is so much potential in our class and in this moment. And our history shows us that when we are organized, we can win things that did not feel even remotely possible the days before. When we build power through organization and we are able to move people in the tens of millions, we can win. So say it with me. Minnesota made us proud. Minnesota made us proud. General strike, shut it down. Minnesota made us proud. Minnesota made us proud. General strike, shut it down. General strike, shut it down. Minnesota made us proud.
So, is there an issue with Circuit 912? Because I've been hearing that it's dropped. Emily, transmission says there's no issues with the
All right, that was just a little bit of the sights and sounds from that Stop ICE rally in Washington, D.C. just a little bit ago. Coming up in New York City, we are expecting an update to an officer-involved shooting that happened earlier today. We are going to be getting some updates from officials. As soon as that happens, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we'll take a 2-minute break and be back with other top stories and headlines in just moments. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue on this Monday afternoon. I want to give you a live look here in New York City, expecting an update from NYPD on an officer-involved shooting that happened earlier this morning in New York. We'll be keeping an eye on that. When it does get going, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, I want to play out the Pennsylvania governor and other state officials coming together to give a recap of how the winter storm was over the weekend. Let's listen to it.
Safely get where they need to go. And I want to begin with a thank you to all PennDOT workers across this Commonwealth who have been working during this storm. And these PennDOT workers do great work every single day, and it is important that they be noticed and recognized and appreciated by the people of Pennsylvania. I think these are, in many ways, unsung heroes in our communities who oftentimes go unnoticed, and I want them to be noticed because I appreciate them. I appreciate what they do every single day. And I especially appreciate the Secretary of PennDOT, Mike Carroll, who joins me today. He'll say a few words in a moment. His leadership here at PennDOT has been critical. You all got to know him when 95 collapsed, and we were on the ground for 12 straight days getting that road reopened. But I also want you to know him in these moments that often don't get as much attention, to see the incredible work that he and his team do. I'm really, really proud of them. What was so unique about this storm was nearly every one of our 67 counties got hit. This Ben Salem area got about 11 inches of snow. I think Clarion County got the most. They were right around 24 inches, but everybody felt an impact. About 9 inches in Philly, about 11 inches out in Pittsburgh. So PennDOT was busy all across this Commonwealth, working incredibly hard. The good news is the public worked with us. They stayed off the roads to give PennDOT an opportunity to get out and clear the roads. And so we really want to thank the public. I'd also note that one of the things we worry about in storms like this, particularly where there's some icing and in the back half of the storm we get some sleet and freezing rain, we worry a lot about power outages because the weight of the snow can bring down those power lines. About an hour ago, last check, we had just under 600 homes statewide without power. So that's obviously a very small number, and our utilities are working really hard to get those people back up and running. I thought the school districts did a really terrific job, and most businesses did, by allowing workers and students to either stay home today and enjoy the snow, or some of them probably had to learn from home today virtually. But the fact is, being off the road and being home today is going to continue to allow PennDOT to go out and clean up the last remaining roads and make sure that any of these spots that are wet won't freeze up overnight. They'll be out treating them with salt throughout the day. PennDOT has done an extraordinary job here. Their leader has done a great job, not just dealing with this storm, but preparing for this storm. I want the Secretary to talk about some of the work that went on here to get us ready, some of the investments that we've had to make that allowed us to have a successful operation here in the storm. So let me bring up Secretary Mike Carroll from PennDOT for a few comments, and I'd be happy to take your questions. Mr. Secretary.
Oh, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And as the governor said, what happened yesterday across Pennsylvania and here in Bucks County was a team win. The team included PennDOT, our partners at the state police and PEMA, the public, the trucking community. Literally, Governor, the folks across the spectrum did their part to help us really successfully deal with what is a very large winter storm these days. Governor, the investment that you made in PennDOT's fleet, an additional $150 million over the first 3 years of your administration, allowed us to really ramp up the quality of our equipment across the state, including here in Southeast PA. So we've had a tremendous response to this storm. I'm thankful for the public's participation, and really across the board, this really was a team win. We don't have many storms these days that have north of 12 inches of snow in one event, but when they happen, as was the case yesterday, it's proof that we are ready, Governor, to be able to meet the needs of the public and serve the people across the state, including here in Southeast PA. So I'm thankful for the work that was done by everybody. Governor, we're ready.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Will you take a moment, introduce your team? I'm really proud of these guys, and I want the folks to know who they are.
So sure, behind me is Tom Rogel. He's PennDOT's Assistant District Executive for Maintenance. Mike Quaglia, behind me is the Bucks County Manager, and please help me with your name. Dave Herzog. Herzog. Dave Herzog is the Assistant County Manager. So our Bucks County leadership here and our district leadership out of King of Prussia, folks like these folks really are what makes PennDOT successful. You know, I get to stand in front of this microphone and talk about the wonderful things that happen, but truly the folks that wear the vests and the hard hats and the steel-toed boots, they're the true heroes. The men and women across this state that operate this equipment that we're able to give them, Governor, they are what makes a difference. And so their coordination yesterday, again, as I said, with the state police and PEMA and so many others across state government, really made our response to the storm what I would characterize as total success from Erie to Philly and everywhere in between.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll take some questions. I do just want to stress one other point. As we prepared for this storm, you know, we had our emergency team in place doing all the preparations. That emergency team obviously included the Secretary of PennDOT, but I want to say a special thanks to Colonel Bivens, the acting commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police, General Pippi, the Adjutant General of the Pennsylvania National Guard, Randy Padfield, who leads PEMA, and many other members of my administration, including our Chief of Staff, Dana Fritz. This team did a great job getting us prepared. And again, these are folks who oftentimes you don't see out front, and they deserve a lot of credit and a lot of praise from the good people of Pennsylvania for the great work they did. So with that, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. Yeah, sure.
Governor Brian Shannon, the storm's out of here. Now we're entering the stretch of prolonged cold. In New Jersey, the new governor, Mike Lee.
All right, everyone. Pennsylvania governor and other state officials coming together to give an update on the winter storm blast. Let's go out now live to New York City. We are getting an update on an officer-involved shooting from earlier.
107 Precinct and Captain Anthony Pachicho of the Force Investigation Division. I'm here to provide an update regarding an officer-involved shooting that occurred earlier this morning within the confines of the 107 Precinct. This information I'm about to provide is preliminary and is subject to change. This instance highlights the very real dangers that our officers face every day. At approximately 10:25 this morning, a family member called 911 to report that a 22-year-old male with a history of mental issues was throwing glass against the wall. When the officers arrived at the residence, they were met by the 911 caller who let them in. The male was in the kitchen when the officers arrived. Upon seeing the officer, the male retrieved a large kitchen knife and began to advance toward the officers. A family member attempted to restrain the male, but was unsuccessful, and the male continued to advance toward the officers. The officers gave repeat warnings to the male to drop the knife in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. The male ignored these repeat commands to drop the knife and continued to advance towards the officers, still armed with the knife, moving from the kitchen to the living room. Officers then retreat from the area and attempt to isolate the individual by shutting the glass door that led to the living room. Again, the door was closed. Officers issued several warnings to drop the knife in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. The armed male was able to push through the closed door and continue to advance toward the officers with the kitchen knife in hand. At this point, officers discharged their weapon at the armed male. A kitchen knife was recovered from the scene. This entire incident is depicted on the body-worn camera footage. Officers immediately request EMS and render aid to the male, including applying a tourniquet. EMS removed the individual to Jamaica Hospital, where he's currently in surgery with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers were taken to the area hospital for evaluation. This incident is being investigated by our Force Investigation Division.
I would do some on-topic Q&A. Lisa?
Yeah, how many police officers fired and how many rounds and where did it strike the male?
So that's still open for investigation. Force Investigation is still doing the investigation, so I don't want to get ahead of Force Investigation.
And AM, your team was?
Two things. Could you talk about what
made him so agitated, and what history does he have with any of the NYPD?
Again, that's open for force investigation. I don't want to get ahead of the investigation.
And you talk about history, Price?
That's force investigation will, when they finish their investigation, they'll give us a proper answer.
All right, any other on topics? All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. And the photo is going to be available on Twitter.
Right. And that wraps up the news conference there. NYPD giving a short one, but says that a man with mental health issues had a knife and was going towards the officers. And then officers did shoot at that suspect. And the suspect now in surgery, but has non-life-threatening injuries. So again, we'll keep an eye on that one here for you. We'll take a 2-minute break. We're on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you on this Monday afternoon. Now, let's go out right now. We have a live event out of Harris County, Texas, where officials are giving an update on the winter weather blast from over the weekend, really extending into today as well. Let's listen in.
Aquí, pero también hay individuos que tienen una casa que de repente el hogar lo han tenido en la familia.
All right, we just caught the Spanish portion of this news conference. So as soon as they wrap up the Spanish portion, we'll get you back out to that. In the meantime, let's still go out live here to this field hearing in New Orleans. U.S. House members holding this on ICE operations, not only in Louisiana, but across the country as well.
Familiar with New Orleans, that's pretty much all of us. If Minneapolis is the tip of the spear, New Orleans is the handle. A blue city in a red state being used as a test case. So goes New Orleans, so goes the South. New Orleans is a free city and will remain a free city. People don't wear masks in our city unless it's a Mardi Gras parade. We're a city that looks after its own. It's how we do things around here. In the face of adversity, New Orleans has always resisted. We resisted 2 foreign empires, civil war, segregation, and injustice, and we will resist this too. This is the city of be nice or leave and be kind to all kinds. I want to thank you, Congressman Thompson, for mentioning that family, that mother and child who was receiving cancer treatment, who were ingloriously deported in the midst of that treatment. We have a tremendous Children's Hospital and Manny Family's Children's. My wife is a pediatric nurse, was once an oncology nurse, and the position this administration is putting our healthcare workers in is untenable. Their job is to save lives, not to worry about where those kids come from, whether they're citizens or not. Their job is to save their lives. And to put those pressures on healthcare workers doing their job is unconscionable. Today you'll hear from people on the ground during Catahoula Crunch, protecting neighbors in an increasingly hostile environment, often standing alone while surrounding jurisdictions welcomed ICE through 287G agreements. I want to emphasize that. ICE has a policy of allowing different jurisdictions to support their message, support their weaponization, and New Orleans stands alone in that we are a city in a sea of different cities that are welcoming ICE in with their tactics and their efforts. We need you to lift the voices of the people that are here today, to learn from them and to stand with us. What's happening here isn't new. The rhetoric and violence that has metastasized throughout our country is nestled deep in our history books, ultimately being repeated right before our very eyes. It starts with immigration enforcement, moves to voter suppression, and ends in military occupation. As we sit here today, we as a community have witnessed firsthand in a barrage of constitutional violations, complete disregard for due process, public resources being used to intimidate communities into submission. But our country's founders, with wisdom and flaws and all, contemplated these dark times we find ourselves presently in, and thus created a constitution that enshrined liberties to every citizen and laid the foundation for what we call democracy. Let me add, the depth of this invasion, the squandering of local resources, state resources, and federal resources really runs up right against the Third Amendment. Our founders created the Third Amendment to not quarter soldiers in our homes. When you look at what's happening with ICE across this country, you have a monarch who is trying to force invaders into our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a boiling point. How we as a nation move forward will be the ultimate test if, in America, all men are created equal and have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our country depends on this moment. United we stand, and divided we fall. We will not rest until this White House respects the rule of law, the importance of our shared humanity, and the promise of the land of the free and home of the brave. We are but one city in a nation built upon strong cities, but we will stand up, speak out, and keep our focus on the principles that this great nation was founded upon. Thank you for your time and attention today.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
That's right.
Thank both of you for your opening remarks. We couldn't be more on the same page than what you said. Thank you so much. So, Mayor, we know you and President Morel might have to leave, but your points have been absolutely made, and we really appreciate it. And
all right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. We've been keeping an eye on multiple live feeds coming in. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll take you out to Harris County, get an update on weather situation that happened over the weekend. Of course, you had the frigid temperatures, ice, and so much more. We'll be back with more on moments. And welcome back, everyone, worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go out right now to Harris County, Texas. Officials giving an update on the winter storm blast from the weekend.
Harris County, my precinct, we have old drainage systems. So if there's water standing somewhere today and it freezes tonight, that may be black ice tomorrow morning. So just be careful until we get out of it. This is a lot better than what we had last year. This time last year we had snow. And we don't have a snowplow at the county, don't have one at the city that belong to the government. We have to borrow them from the private sector, but we're getting better at it. So I just want to thank people for listening. Keep listening. Protect yourselves, protect your family. Read a good book. It's okay to break the New Year's resolution and then go back to exercising. The parks will be open in a couple of days. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner, to you and your team. We'll now hear from Eddie Blanchard, the Regional Disaster Officer with the American Red Cross.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioner. I just want to echo the point that this is a community approach. This is not one single organization or group coming together to help our neighbors. It takes everyone. So thank you to everyone that supported these shelters, these warming centers from the start when we started seeing the forecasting to the next couple of days. It's going to take a couple of days to get things back in order, like the Commissioner mentioned. We're committed to working not just to make these responses easier, but better for all. So I just want to echo the judge and the commissioner on volunteering, your agency of choice. It doesn't have to be with one specific agency. It can be many. And these agencies all play a critical role in these responses. And that's why when you showed up to a shelter, you had a meal. You had something to drink. You had a cot to sleep on in a blanket. So thank you to all the organizations. Thank you to local government for stepping in and supporting. We look forward to continued work around the response space, but also planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so we'll have a local volunteer speak now, Fred Sanford, and we have other volunteers here. So if you guys are comfortable, maybe to just mention your name and how long you've been volunteering and what you do, perhaps. But you don't have to. So let me start with Mr. Sanford, and then you can see which of your colleagues would like to just mention who they are, because they're wonderful, and I want them to get the credit.
Thank you, Judge. And good afternoon to everyone else. My name is Fred Sanford. I am a local volunteer and have been volunteering with the American Red Cross for in excess of 20 years. This is not my first rodeo, I guess is the proper term I can use here in Texas. We have responded to many events all over the country, but there is nothing like responding to an event in your own home and helping the citizens of the neighbors. And that's what we've done with this response. And we feel real good that a lot of the responders have been local folks, but we had some gaps, and of course we had some volunteers that did come and help us, and they flew in to help us. So if I can, Judge, I just would like to just identify those folks. To my left, extreme left, is Deb. We call her affectionately Miss Deb. She is our shelter manager, and she has been quite the leader that we needed here because we had some real severe kinds of cases that came to us from some hospitals, and we didn't make any exceptions to receiving those clients into our care, and we will not make that. And then we have Deborah. Would you like to say anything or not?
I just thank you for the opportunity to the Red Cross to come and serve you guys and give back what was given to me. And I've been in Houston, this is my second time, and I love the folks down in Texas. You guys are great.
From Milwaukee. This is a heat wave for you, right?
Yeah, it's Fresno. It's still cold there.
And of course, our communications manager, Vanessa, who many of you in the press know because she's always, wherever we're responding, she's there giving you our stories and our stats. So, Vanessa, thank you for being here. You've met Eddie. You've met Eddie. And, of course, our nurse. The nurse is here. Pardon?
Nurse Kathy.
Kathy. Nurse Kathy. Yes.
By way of Nigeria.
By way of Nigeria. And, of course, Robert, we affectionately call Bob, worked out. Bob worked last night. He was on the night shift, and he was up to help handle some issues because we had expanded capacity that we needed to get ready for because we had additional clients to come this morning. And, of course, this is our Red Cross chapter COO, Susan Hawkinson. And, Susan, would you care to make any comments on behalf of the region?
I just want to say welcome to our shelter here. We look forward to taking care of all of our clients throughout this disaster and anything else that might come our way. Thank you.
Thanks. And then finally, last but not least, is another volunteer that has come to us to help. And he has been Mr. Everything, from serving the foods to helping with the registration. And I don't know when the man sleeps because he's always up when I'm up. And so we want to say thank you for being present for our clients here and our neighbors in Houston. And so, Judge, with that, I just want to say that what we all are asking for now, the judge mentioned Volunteer Houston and other agencies. Please continue to volunteer. And, of course, I'm going to do a shameless plug for the agency that I'm representing, the American Red Cross. We are always looking for volunteers, and we'd like to be prepared for the next event. And, unfortunately, there will be another event. We don't know what it'll be, but we would like to have you join us now so that we can give you some preparations so that the next time that the event comes, we'll be ready even more than now. This is a great facility, and we want to say thank you for making it possible for us to utilize this facility, but we need the volunteers to help run it. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Yes, and another round of applause. Thank you all so much on behalf of the county and really from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. We will now take any questions.
Judge?
Yeah.
Do you have any opinions on the civil rights lawsuit that's been filed looking to extend the early voting period by at least a couple of days and potentially push back the 18th runoff election so everyone can get in and vote?
Yes, so I've been totally consumed, obviously, by the emergency. But I am aware that there's an election going on for folks in the 18th Congressional District. For those out of town, so they got cut a couple days of voting yesterday and today. So I'm for it, of course. I'm for additional days, whichever way people vote. I think it's important for them to have access to participation, and we'll just see how the courts decide. But I sure hope we succeed.
One more, if I may. In the past, we've seen you in close communications with Mayor John Whitmire of Houston, but throughout the weekend, is there any reason why the two of you have not held your usual winter press conference, winter preparedness press conferences? Has Whitmire been invited to the recent weather press conferences at Transtar?
Yes. I'm afraid it's sort of more of the same. I agree that the briefings should be joint. Certainly when it's impassable, okay. But the first briefing we had before the event started, when we have other events, it's important to be on the same page, have the same message. So of course, we invited his office to our press conference, and in fact, we said, you pick the time, and we will make it happen at that time. So I can only speak for my side, but you know what? I'm happy that the community gets information.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
Judge, can you briefly talk about those numbers again that y'all had in the warming centers, but also, I'm not sure if you or the Red Cross can talk about just all the resources it takes to be able to provide for everyone that comes into the warming centers, because I know I saw boxes of cots and blankets, so we can just briefly talk about that.
So across all the shelters in our region, and I don't differentiate city-county because the community doesn't differentiate city-county. It's a joint effort. There have been 1,044 individuals as of yesterday. And then as of today, there were 1,417 currently in one of our 20 shelters. Overnight, we had 20 transports from the ER to warming centers, and we had 21 transport the previous night, so that has remained steady. And then as far as answering the rest of your question, I don't know if Susan or Eddie, who's the right person. Yeah,
thanks, Judge. So our region is the Gulf Coast for the American Red Cross. So the global piece of that response, we have over 170 responders supporting that effort. We've had over 50 requests from non-government agencies, government agencies to support with cots, blankets, snacks, heater meals, and other items to help at either the shelter or the warming centers. So we've helped with those requests. And then we also had additional shelter teams on standby in case one of the shelter sites exceeded capacity. We started preparing for this last Wednesday in close coordination with our government partners, and we've been in lockstep with that, and we'll also remain in lockstep for the demobilization phase, and we should be hopefully wrapped up with the centers and equipment by Friday. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, it's a team effort. So all of us were really concerned about the power. 2021 was traumatizing, I think, for everybody who was here, and so I spoke with the senior executives at ERCOT and at Centerpoint, and what I shared to the public is what it was. Is, you know, are we likely to lose power? No. Is it possible? Yes. And why did I say it's not likely? Why did I feel comfortable saying that? Because there has been increased generation on the part of ERCOT, and there has been increased weatherization on the part of Centerpoint, and quicker response times. So that's one part. Of course, all of us can always improve, make additional improvements. On the part of government, the shelters are a great testament to the improvements. I mean, to give you one example, when I first started this job, we had this issue with the pets because people, they're not going to part with their pets. And so I said, well, do we accept pets at any of the shelters? And the answer was, well, we can't because this and that. Now, you know, a large percentage of the shelters have figured out how to accept the pets. So that's a small example, but this success story is a result of practice and after action reports and collaboration. And then other than that, you know, we're always improving our information on Ready Harris to make sure the road information is as clear as possible. As you can see there, every incident, we're better prepared because we collaborate more closely with the state, more closely with the agencies. Emergency response, all about collaboration, all about those relationships. So that's what comes to mind right now, but there will be an after-action evaluation of this emergency, and we'll work on how to make it better. And we're already having discussions about what are the improvements that have been made for hurricane season. I'll put up another plug for volunteerism. That's another improvement, you know, is this hub, you know, sign up with the Red Cross, or sign up with this hub, volunteerhouston.org, and, you know, because that's always been messy, and we hear from the community. You know, I'd like an easier way to know what I can volunteer for, how they can use my skills, how do I connect. So that's another thing I'm really proud of. Yes.
So we put in generators, and we're going to add more. The power did go out here shortly. When I started reading that text from my staff, I was thinking, oh my God, I guess I'm going to tell my wife we're going to open up our house. But the generator did work. A tree went down in the neighborhood. So that's new. and we're going to add more. We have a couple of centers that don't have generators. Volunteers are important. Look, also I think that on the county's part, because we have a climate action plan, we shouldn't act like it's normal to have gotten snow this time of year in Houston last year. Even for our friends from Southern California, we had San Diego weather about 10 days ago. But to have a 26-degree drop is not normal. We shouldn't act like that. So we have put in place a climate action plan within the rules of what the state will give us permission to do. But, you know, it's getting people to realize that climate change is real. And we got more creative on telling people. You know, on my side, and I think one of my colleagues, they were trying to put together a telephonic town hall meeting early. We try to do whatever's catchy to get folks' attention. But the more frequent these extraordinary weather events come about, the harder it will be to get people to listen. So we have to get more creative, and you all have helped a lot at that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll take one more question. Yeah.
Any message to the community next weekend? It looks like we might have 2 more nights with sub-32 temperatures.
Yeah, I can't say a message without saying thank you to the community. Really, thank you for doing your part. We're crossing fingers. It really looks better than expected for next weekend based on the current forecast. And so the same, we're going to be hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. Keep your kits, stay with that muscle ready to flex. But more likely than not, you won't be seeing me in this uniform, and we'll just be enjoying a weekend with beautiful weather and nice sunshine. Thank you.
Harris County officials were wrapping up there, giving an update of the winter storm that definitely had its hold not only on Texas, but so many states across our country over the weekend, and what the next couple of days could mean as far as low temperatures for Houston and surrounding areas. We'll take our final break here of the hour. Coming up at the top of the hour in less than 20 minutes, we will be taking you out live to Philadelphia, where city officials will be giving an update on the winter weather cleanup and so much more. So we'll be back with more on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. This Monday afternoon continues to roll on. I want to give you a live look here in Philadelphia, right outside of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, as many people taking to snowboarding and also going down the little Mold here of fun moments here for family and friends, using the snow day up, no doubt, and also taking into the snow sledding as well. Coming up in moments, we'll be taking you out to Philadelphia live with city officials to give the latest updates that is regarding this winter weather storm blast that happened over the weekend. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. In the meantime, let's go out to New Jersey, where officials in the state gave the latest updates with their winter weather alerts.
The state of emergency to make sure DPW workers had the plows and salting and equipment that they needed, making sure our Bureau of Public Utilities was reaching out to the utility companies. They pulled in mutual aid from across the country, people coming in from Ohio, for example, to be on the ground here ready for this. And then our transit, the DOT and NJ Transit, working around the clock to really come up with transit solutions so we could best move people around. We saw everyone working together and at a really high level of preparation. It was pretty impressive, and the people of New Jersey, I think, should be very, very proud of their public workers and the people who serve the public for all of the hard work they did around the clock. I'm looking at some of them right now, so we all owe you a debt of gratitude. I know how hard people have been working and the long shifts that you're all taking on. I also want to thank the people of New Jersey who really did a great job staying home. Thank you. I will tell you, I was out yesterday to go check on the salting operations, the plowing operations, the streets, the roads, make sure people were safe. And there were, in the most densely populated state in the nation, we had almost empty highways. That enabled everyone to function at an incredibly high level, get those plowing operations going when we were facing up to 17 inches of snow. That's what helped us to achieve blacktop this morning very, very early. So very early on, we were able to get light rail running for the morning commute. We now have, I believe, about 85 bus lines up and running. We'll continue to add to those as municipalities dig out some of the bus stops, and we'll hear more about that. We've also been working closely with the port. They were digging out at about 3 a.m. to make sure people had the salt they need. Remember, we got through phase two. I'd say phase one was preparation. Phase two is the actual emergency, and now we're in phase three, the aftermath, the cleanup, and then making sure that we are keeping our streets de-iced and that we are keeping utility power going to consumers. But that de-icing effort will involve salt. So the state's ramping up again on our salt. And I would encourage all of the municipalities to do that. I really do want to shout out the New Jersey State Police and the Office of Emergency Management, the Department of Transportation, NJ Transit, the South Jersey Transportation Authority, the Port Authority, salt distributors, the Board of Public Utilities, and all of our departments of public works and mutual aid workers who came to New Jersey. Everyone working together made such a huge difference. We started our meetings early. During the transition, I visited the Regional Operations Intelligence Center, the ROC, probably about a month ago, to make sure, knowing that as I was going to be taking office in January, we could face something like this. So making sure we were prepared. I was on the phone on Inauguration Day and every day since. We've been in touch with every county and more than 315 municipalities to check in on everyone, make sure they have what they need. As we endured the worst winter storm in a decade, I declared a state of emergency effective on Saturday at 5 a.m. That was able to get all the resources that we needed. I'm declaring that over. That ended about 15 minutes ago at 12 o'clock because I think we've gone through the acute crisis. Now it's post-crisis cleanup and making sure we continue to keep everyone safe through this cold weather we are enduring. I will also let you know that we are continuing to bring up all of our transit. This afternoon, we will see most of our train lines coming online. Some of them have already begun. And thanks to the PATH system, that's also running on a weekend schedule. Newark Airport is ramping up as well. And make sure you check on your flight, but many flights are now able to take off and land. The Department of Transportation lifted the commercial vehicle ban at 9 a.m. this morning. Every state highway, interstate turnpike, parkway, and the Atlantic City Expressway has been plowed. DOT is lifting the emergency restrictions, but use common sense. These are wet roads and the temperatures are below freezing. So be careful on bridges, on off and on ramps. Make sure that you aren't, you are aware of ice on the roadways, the possible icing conditions. We're working incredibly hard, but just because you see blacktop doesn't mean that you don't need to exercise caution in these incredibly cold conditions. I got to tell you, hats off to our utility operators. They have restored every single person who lost power during the storm. I have never seen that in our previous storms, so they were truly ready, especially with that mutual aid. They had tree cutters in place to make sure that if you lost power, they restored it as quickly as possible, knowing how cold it was going to get. Our grid operator, PJM, we've been in touch with them talking about the upcoming cold. They have been preparing to meet the historic demand for electricity tomorrow. The DOE issued an emergency order to allow additional resources to stay online to meet electricity demand. This will keep power flowing in New Jersey. They've also issued an emergency order to allow additional resources to stay online. So we will keep working with them because we still expect cold temperatures below freezing for the rest of the week. This type of cold means that we will see upticks in power needs. So we are continuing to monitor that. There's still and remains plenty of salt at the port. I want to reiterate that. There is plenty of salt at the port. There's 250,000 metric tons on hand now. We have another 125 metric tons inbound. The state's refilling our supply, so you should too. You municipalities, you counties, make sure you're ready because this week's going to be cold. So you know what? Again, thank you to everyone for this hard work. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends. It's going to be cold this week, and it's only January, so it likely won't be the last storm we face here. But the men and women working for all of New Jersey have done an excellent job. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. So without further ado, I'm going to let you hear from some of them. Thanks so much. Colonel?
Thank you, Governor. And the governor's thanking everybody, but I just want to thank her for her leadership. She jumped right in at the beginning of her administration with her and her team, so we greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Just a couple things from New Jersey State Police and New Jersey OEM. As we're receiving updates of conditions improving on our major roadways and throughout the state, I've ordered that the State Emergency Operations Center, the SEOC, change its activation to a level 3. We will be now enhanced monitoring instead of a level 2 in person. By doing this, it means that we can begin to slowly scale down extra personnel and specialized resources. We are still maintaining close contact with all of our counties and all of the county OEMs for any resources that they may need. We've seen a range of snow totals from 6 inches in Cape May to 17 inches up in Sussex County. From 6 p.m. Saturday, January 24th, until 9:30 a.m. this morning, troopers have responded to 206 motor vehicle accidents. Thankfully, nothing was serious. They also responded to 1,130 motorist aids. These are essentially flat tires, people that spun out, nothing serious. The storm may be over, but the hazards are not. Our roadway crews are still working to clear and salt the roadways. So we are asking that if you can, please stay off the roads and allow them to perform their duties. It is important for everyone to know that we are expecting extremely cold temperatures for the rest of the week. This can create slippery roadway conditions and potential power outages. It is important to know that you should also continue to monitor your local weather as conditions can change at any time. We're still in regular contact from the SEOC with the National Weather Service and continuing to get updated briefings hourly. The SEOC will also continue to monitor for any requests for state assistance from any counties or municipalities. Our patrols are still enhanced at this time. We will be out assisting any motor vehicles that are stranded, any motorist aids, or any accidents that will be out there. Just a couple tips for our residents. Please remove any snow and ice from your vehicle before you begin to travel. This snow and ice coming off of vehicles can damage other vehicles and potentially cause accidents. While the snow is ended, as well as the sleet, it is still going to remain cold and icy. Please continue to charge your cell phones. And as we always say, check on your neighbors. People are beginning to dig out now. Check on the elderly. Check on your loved ones if you're able to. We are a community here in New Jersey, and let's continue to do that. I also want to thank everybody that helped during the storm, from the citizens to all of our partners here to the governor. It has been greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Governor, I want to first thank you. We, not only your emergency management team, but the state has been a beneficiary of your military background. You led with precision. You demanded results. But what I think we appreciated the most is that you led with the kind of pragmatism that we sorely needed and we so appreciated. I know I'm the face of New Jersey Transit, and I'm often not reminded it's not the prettiest face, but I want to make sure that I recognize my 13,000 colleagues. This is no small feat. To be able to go from a state of emergency to restoration of our service happens not by accident, but by design. And I know many of you in this room haven't slept for many days, and it has not gone unnoticed. But I wanted to let you know, I know the governor said it, and I also wanted to make sure you know that I appreciate it. We have, as the governor said, already resumed light rail service as of 4:30 this morning. Bus service, 85 lines, connecting major terminals in New York, Philadelphia, Newark, and many points in between have already started, with more to come throughout the day and certainly tomorrow. Access Link, which is a critical service that our senior and disabled population relies on, has started as of 12 this afternoon. It will be driven on how fast we can do it based on the conditions of people's driveways and sidewalks and such, because we want to make sure that we provide a safe service. I want to emphasize and amplify perhaps one point the governor made on our local bus routes. It is imperative that our municipalities who own the bus shelters and are supposed to operate them clean those facilities so people can stand in a sheltered place. It is not helpful if the only place that our customers can stand is in a live traffic lane. That does not make for a safe condition. We want to make sure that I understand that they have many things going on, but in order for us to fully ramp up and provide the kind of service that our counties and municipalities expect, we want to make sure they're good partners with us, just like we are for them. Finally, rail. It has been an important measure for us to make sure that all modes that are under our umbrella are operating, and I'm pleased to say that as of 20 minutes ago, we have started a majority of our train lines, with the exception of Gladstone and PPAC, and the only reason those are currently not working, PASCAC. Anthony's looking at me saying you're wrong. Sorry, Anthony. PASCAC they will be operational. We just got to make sure we get the right crews in there, and the mechanical folks who are still not able to get there can get there and make sure our equipment is running. We will tomorrow operate on a modified schedule. That means it's a weekend schedule. The storm is clearly over, but I remind everybody that the cold weather wreaks havoc on the infrastructure, not just on our infrastructure, but the Northeast Corridor infrastructure, which is so critical for our service. We will continue to focus on it, make sure the switches are working, the signal systems are working. My commitment to the governor since the very first day is, yes, we want the service to work, but we also want to make sure the service is safe and reliable. That is our commitment, but I am so grateful to the governor. that she gave us the ability to make decisions and to implement decisions that keep New Jersey safe, New Jerseyans safe, but also to bring the service back in a thoughtful and prudent way, just like we did when we temporarily suspended service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the governor for all of her support of the New Jersey Department of Transportation, New Jersey Turnpike Authority, and the South Jersey Transportation Authority. I'm pleased to report that all state highways, interstate highways, the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, and Atlantic City Expressway are back to black pavement and running water. Although speed restrictions have been lifted, there is the potential for refreezing with the cold temperatures. So we ask that if you absolutely positively have to be on the road, to please proceed with extreme caution, especially on the on and off ramps. Plowing and spreading operations will continue through the day and through the evening hours. We ask that you be mindful of our plow trains, and they will be clearing the shoulders as well. If you absolutely positively have to be on the roads, please proceed with extreme caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any on-topic questions? It's because we were so thorough. Yes.
Just for Mr. Karoline, Mr. Karoline, can you just state which two you're still working on again, just so I have it right?
Yes, Pascack Valley and Gladstone.
And just to reiterate, we're talking about if anything gets online this afternoon and tomorrow morning, it's all weekday schedule.
Weekend schedule, and understanding that we're still ramping up, so please be patient with us. There will be some delays, maybe some annulments, but we are working through it. But it's a weekend schedule, yes.
That was the New Jersey state officials from earlier today from Maplewood, New Jersey. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We want to sneak one in right before this Philadelphia update that will be coming on the weather that happened, of course, over the weekend, that big frigid winter blast. We will be having that for you coming up in moments. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to watch with us this afternoon. We have more live events to get to. Let's go out right now to Philadelphia. We have the mayor and other city officials talking about the frigid winter blast from over the weekend that's continuing. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
Carlton Williams, who has done an amazing job leading us through this very challenging time. But I want to give you a broader update right now. Since we met on Sunday morning, the Philadelphia region has experienced approximately 9.1 inches of total snowfall, along with sleet, ice, and freezing rain, and all of this within a span of less than 12 hours. That's the most snow that we've experienced in Philadelphia in 10 years. And through it all, it's important for us to affirm that we can report that our One Philly response that you heard me respond to quite often, it keeps going in the right direction, even right now, as we work very hard to get the city closer to normal operations. Since Sunday, the amazing men and women of our streets department and all of our crews, they have been working nonstop, including melting nearly, and Director Williams, I thought this was a typo. Joe said, no, it's not a typo. But the men and women of our streets department, they have been working hard, and they've melted nearly 900 tons of snow in 10 hours using a state-of-the-art melting machine. And Commissioner Del Rossi, I think this is important for us to give you and your team an amazing round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to the men and women on the ground doing the work, we wouldn't be here without you. And when you talk about that motion, Philadelphia's motion at this moment, I want you to know that despite hundreds of flight cancellations and delays, our Philadelphia International Airport has remained open throughout the storm to fully service travelers and visitors. So our airport never closed. I also want to shout out our first responders, including the 311 and 911 operators who have kept calls and made sure that they answered them, and that their teams have been responding continuously, and they did it without delay. 311 and 911, we see you, and you're on the front line, and we want to say thank you. When I say that Philadelphia has the best municipal workforce in the nation, their actions from the beginning of this storm and throughout it prove that statement to be true. And we are all very proud of them. So let's get right now to what's new. First, our snow emergency, which has been in effect since 9 p.m. on Saturday. That's when we started. Despite the tireless work involved in our intergovernmental response, we are not out of the woods, Philadelphia, and we are not claiming victory at all right now. That is why the snow emergency will continue until further notice. What does this mean for Philadelphia? It means that our city offices will remain closed on Tuesday. So will the city courts. So the question we've been getting a lot of calls about is, will the city of Philadelphia formally and officially open for business tomorrow? And what about our courts? We've been in constant communication with the leadership at the 1st Judicial District, and the answer is the city and the courts are both closed tomorrow. And you're going to hear further status updates from the interagency that's assembled here with me today. But here's what we need from citizens to help. Despite the snow emergency, Philadelphia, not all of you, but some of you, continue to park on those critical routes. We've had to tow nearly 350 vehicles since Sunday alone. We don't want to tow vehicles, so please help us. Why? Because this slows down our response, and it delays us from being able to clear this emergency, and your help today, it will make it easier for all of us. If you believe that your vehicle was towed from a snow emergency route, you can call 215-686-SNOW. 215-686-SNOW or 215-686. The numbers are 7669 for information on how to retrieve it. We also want to remind residents and businesses that we need their help in helping to keep their sidewalks and streets safe. Residents and business owners are required to remove snow from their sidewalks within 6 hours after snowfall stops and to clear a path that is at least 36 inches wide to allow for safe passage for our pedestrians. Where do the requirements come from? And why are they in existence? They are in existence to ensure safety and accessibility, and we want you to know that continued non-compliance with those rules and regs will result in fines. So please adhere to the policies. Also, please do not, and I just saw this, Director Williams, when we were coming up Missioner Avenue and Councilmember Phillips, please do not shovel or sweep snow into the street as it creates hazards and it slows down our snow removal efforts. So I know you're trying to get out, but we did see some people sort of responsibly trying to create a pile in front of or directly behind and not putting it in the street. And for Philadelphians who have done that, thank you so much. Now that the storm has passed, we are facing several days of bitter cold temperatures ahead. That's why we say we can't claim victory. And with overnight lows expected to drop into the single digits for at least the remainder of this week, I want you to know that these conditions bring their own sets of challenges, and you're going to hear today how we are planning to address them from the officials who are assembled here with me. Now, while Dom and his team, who have also done an amazing job, they have informed us that the heaviest precipitation is behind us, travel conditions remain difficult in some areas. So we continue to urge residents to stay off the roads if you do not have to travel. In addition to the snow operations, I want to note that our city teams are continuing to staff warming shelters, respond to 311, 911 calls, support utilities, and maintain essential city services across Philadelphia. Our teams have also been operating in an enhanced emergency posture under the code blue conditions since last Tuesday, providing additional support for our most vulnerable Philadelphians. And you're going to hear more details shortly about that ongoing operation from Deputy Managing Director Crystal Yates-Gale. But before we call her up, I want to tell you, because it's important to share with you in real time, what we mean when we describe this One Philly response. And Dom, thank you for the update. Last evening around, morning, it was 2 a.m. The Emergency Operations Center became aware of upwards of about 60 unhoused people on the street at several locations around the city. And this was discovered as requests for code blue transportation came in that clearly outmatched our warming center capacity and our emergency transport capacity. By 3:15, in under 90 minutes, our EOC staffers coordinated an action plan involving the police department, the fire department, the streets, parks and recreation, housing and human services to open up emergency shelter at the Lonnie Young Recreation Center in the 8th Councilmanic District. I want you to know that this included organizing a transport mission consisting of street plow trucks for the PPD and the Philadelphia Fire Department transport vehicles to retrieve people from each location to take them to Lonnie Young. And the Philadelphia Fire Department outreach, they stood by with the groups to ensure that their well-being was being addressed and taken care of until transportation arrived. I want to thank our Office of Emergency Management Director, Dominic Morales, for his leadership. He arrived on the scene at 5 a.m., they told me, Dom, and reported that everyone was warm and that they were resting. Why is this important for me to affirm? You see us, but there are a number of men and women who are doing this work in a one Philly manner to make sure that we take care of our most vulnerable people. And so they are the heroes, and their departments are represented here today. They include Dominic in the Office of Emergency Management, from the Streets Department. Is it Ray? What's his first name, Dom? It's Drew Ray from the Philadelphia Police Department. It's Captain Stephan and Captain Britt and Miss Chantel Brown and the officers assigned to support Lonnie Young. From the Philadelphia Fire Department, we have Captain Echeverry and numerous staff. They were out on the streets in units during this crisis, and they were Johnny on the spot. I'm so grateful. From Parks and Recreation, we had Doug Robinson. From the Office of Homeless Services, there was Christina Tolson. And from OEM on Dom's team, there was Vanessa Lehman, Alyssa Williams, Darrell Lucky, and Zarina Morton. I want you to know that your mayor sees you. I appreciate you, and we thank you on behalf of the city of Philadelphia for all you've done. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are truly, truly proud of their accomplishments. Philadelphia, what that taught us last night was, if you see someone outside who may be in distress and needs help, please call 215-232-1984. Again, that number is 215-232-1984. And if you need to access the resources via the internet, you can always visit phila.gov/getwarm. That's phila, phila.gov/GETWARM. I want you to know that we're going to continue to keep the public informed through our usual communications channels, and we're going to share updates as the conditions evolve. Philadelphia, let's keep looking out for one another. Take care of your families and your neighbors. Follow the guidance we are sharing. We are getting through this storm and this aftermath together, and I promise you, we're going to stay at this until we are confident that every neighborhood is in good shape. But please give our workers the grace that they need. When you all ask, well, what time and when? Again, it will take as long as it takes to make sure that we get to every block in the city of Philadelphia, and that's my promise to you. That's primary, secondary, and those tertiary streets. I now want to turn things over to Director Williams, and he's going to share some more about the operations.
Thank you, Mayor, and certainly always thank you for your leadership. We are still at it. We have been fighting the aftermath of Winter Storm Fern right now for about 3 straight days. Many of our employees have been fighting storms for the past 10 days because we had 2 very challenging storms the week before. And we continue to make those efforts to keep our streets safe and accessible. I had the opportunity today to tour neighborhoods. Today I was in the Northeast, and then I came over through North Philadelphia. Last night I was in South Philadelphia just to see the conditions of our neighborhoods, and I ended up here today. I wanted to make sure that what the mayor was telling everyone that we were committed to, which is those small residential streets, was actually happening. And so I was able to contact 2 of my crew members who are here today with me, Herbert and Kelly, who I worked with them all day long. They probably tired of me, but I learned some things, Mayor.
Did you? Okay.
I learned I learned how to be a spotter, right? I was going through and navigating left and right. And then I would also learn that how to lift up the plow, how to angle it, and all the things to get it away from the public in terms of parked cars. But I also learned something else about our citizens. They really appreciate the services we provide.
Wow.
And they can attest to the people who saying, thank God you're here. I'm so happy to see you. They were saying, praying hands and clapping for us. And Mayor, I will tell you, we ran into a couple of stuck cars. I had to get out and push. And also learned that I'm not that young no more, Mayor. I learned that too. But the appreciation that the public showed and displayed, the cooperation that they demonstrated shows how truly Philadelphians feel about our workers. And I just wanted to thank Kelly and Herbert, who was one of the baddest plow drivers that I ever seen. I don't want to hear about that. We can't get down the blacktop no more. I've seen it for myself. So they did a great job, and I want to thank you publicly. We continue to fight this storm and throw everything at it. Commissioner Del Rossi, Commissioner Shipman and team are continuing the operation. It is a lift, salt, and plow full deployment operation that is still in place. We are out with over 800 pieces. Now, you know we started with 600, but we increased the capacity, and I'll tell you why. The mayor talked about it earlier. We're about to hit a deep freeze, very cold temperatures. And so whatever we don't get could possibly freeze, and it makes it that much more difficult for us to plow frozen material. And so we're out there plowing and salting, and we got a little help from Mother Nature today with the sun. That's why you start to see the running water and blacktop streets. All of those things make a difference, but time is very critical. And so we continue to throw everything we can at this storm. And as the mayor stated, we do not have a timeline, but we're going to continue working through these very challenging circumstances. We're going to continue to widen lanes, push back plowed material so that our emergency routes can be open. And you heard the mayor say that the snow emergency will be lifted, so we are in pretty good shape. But those residential neighborhoods is something that we will continue to work through long after this storm has been closed out, because as she stated earlier, we want to make sure that every part of the city of Philadelphia is in safe and accessible areas. We'll continue to fight the snow throughout the evenings. We have lifting crews that are in tight neighborhoods as well. So South Philadelphia, North Philadelphia, parts of West Philadelphia, even Germantown, Frankfurt, Northeast. We have lifting sets up in those locations, still pulling that material out, taking it to several locations. I want to thank Dr. Watlington and his team from the Philadelphia School District providing us access. Oz Hill was around here. I saw him earlier. PGW, PIDC, Department of Public Property, Joe Brasky and our team, they continue to provide access so that we can get those snow piles out of the way, because once they freeze, they would also be challenging, and we don't want to block access to sidewalks and walkways, or even, making it difficult for cars that have blind spots when they see around those areas. So we are working tirelessly to try to address the details of those issues. You may see the streets open. I want to encourage the public again. I'm going to reiterate some of the things that our mayor said. I did witness people throwing snow into the street. That will freeze. That will cause a problem. So we are asking the public, again, please be courteous, not only to our workers, but to all of the people that are out there, because that could create a hazardous condition for everyone. We're asking people, of course, to shovel their walkways 36 inches. It should have been done right now. The storm is over, but I've still seen some areas that need to be addressed. We will be sending sweep officers and sweep enforcement to those locations to issue tickets for those who have not shoveled their walkway. So be prepared and get out there, and let's get those walkways open. If you, again, reiterate the part about staying out of the streets, if you don't have to travel outside, make sure you exercise extreme caution. Those things are extremely important. And again, be good neighbors. I seen people helping each other, plow each other out. You saw the true spirit of Philadelphia today. They was helping each other. They certainly appreciated us helping them get out of stuck places. But often I think we're making good progress, Mayor. We still have a ways to go, but we're going to continue to fight this storm until, as you stated, that it gets back to our original conditions in the city of Philadelphia and it's safe and accessible for all. Thank you so much. There was one other item that I needed to talk about. I'm sorry. 311 complaints. So the map that you see, Mayor, you can stand right over here, Mayor. The map that you see right here to the left, even though we're not addressing individual complaints at this time, we won't do that until after the storm. However, as you can see by this map, we do track complaints that come in, and that data is very important to us because now we know where the problem spots in the city of Philadelphia is located.
So Director, this says 1,032. Is this the number?
That is the number of complaints that we've received as of 1/26 at 2:40 p.m. We get that GIS data from 311 and we put it into a map and we're able to distribute it to our crews while they're out working. They pick up these complaints and they service them. So that is how we are working to address them. Now, after the storm closes, we will follow up on individual complaints directly. But while we're working, this data is so important to us, we can now give it to crews and say, we still have some problem locations. So the public is helping us locate where problem locations are. So we're going to continue that effort. We're going to definitely make sure we want our public to tell us where those problem locations are. And when the program or the official event closes out and we're stopping the official cleanup service, these are the complaints that we will continue to address.
Thank you for this, Director Williams, because Philadelphia, this shows you that 311 is working.
Absolutely.
Every red dot indicates a call from you, and everything is in queue. So thank you, and thank you to the 311 employees. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So being the city's emergency management coordinator, sometimes I get a lot of, I don't like to see your name on my phone. I get called Chicken Little a little bit. And so why I'm very glad with the progress and proud of the teams, the municipal teams in particular, that have got us to where we are today so quickly and with such impressive amounts out of the last 10 years. I got to keep it real. So the extreme weather concern still exists. You heard the mayor talk about the very bitter cold that remains. Over the next 6 days, minimum temperatures are 1 to 10 degrees, and the wind chills, what it feels like, are -2 to 7 degrees, the minimum temperatures. This could likely extend into the first week of February. With the cold, there are a few hazards that are very important to prepare for. They include perhaps overload of our energy grid, our heating grid, and our water infrastructure. With temperatures dipping even further these next few days into the single digits, we expect higher demands on energy infrastructure to heat buildings, and we expect the cold could have impacts on water mains and even home pipes. It could even cause, actually it is causing ice to form on our creeks and along the Schuylkill and Delaware rivers. We saw it coming up the Schuylkill today. It's beautiful, but we'll talk about the hazards there in a second. So with this in mind, we're here today from the Office of Emergency Management to share a few key safety messages. First, to help reduce demand on the grid, you can do things like sealing drafts in your home to lower your thermostat even by a few degrees. You can also consider switching to more energy efficient items. Big purchases like refrigerators, yes, but even small things down like light bulbs can help lower that demand. And you can do things like try to do your laundry during off-peak hours, either before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m. To prepare in the event that you do lose power, you should do things like try to keep your devices charged and use flashlights instead of candles. You can keep some shelf-stable meals and snacks for everybody in your home, especially those who might be on special diets or babies who maybe need to switch to formula if you lose power. To prepare in case you were to lose water due to a water emergency, it's advised to keep 1 gallon of drinking water on hand per person per day. This could be little bottles, it could be gallon jugs, or it could even be as simple as keeping the pitcher in your refrigerator filled and your ice cube tray full at all times. Also, speaking of water, I said we're starting to see that ice on our waterways. You should never walk across a frozen stream or river. Anything with moving water underneath it. You cannot tell, and it is likely not stable enough for you to walk across. Now, thinking about our pets. Limit their time outdoors. Just like we get cold, they get cold. Consider protective gear for them. Inside, use a baby gate or another barrier to keep pets away from space heaters or fireplaces or other things you're using to keep warm. And make sure, just like food and water for us, you're counting your pets in that as well. Finally, you should always stay connected to information. You can find more information from the Office of Emergency Management's website at www.phila.gov/OEM, and you can sign up for those alerts that I've been telling you about every day, which is called Ready Philadelphia, the free emergency communication from the system. In a few minutes, we've asked a lot of you to prepare at home, and you'll hear from our water commissioner very specific ways that water department is preparing for the winter weather as well. But first, I'd like to introduce Dr. Watlington with the School District of Philadelphia.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Mayor. The safety and well-being of our students and staff is always our #1 priority in the School District of Philadelphia. To the greatest extent possible, we try to keep schools open for in-person learning as we work hard to accelerate student achievement. Given the conditions of the roads and the issues that the mayor and others have talked about, and out of an abundance of caution, all school offices and the district central office, the Dr. Constance E. Clayton Education Center, will be closed tomorrow, January 27th, as will our early childhood centers, etc. All after-school activities, including athletic programs and professional development sessions scheduled for Tuesday, are canceled. And in accordance with our inclement weather procedures and protocols, which can be found on our website at philasd.org, we are closely monitoring weather and conditions, and will work directly with the folks here today, and will communicate through standard channels in the coming days. All designated staff as essential personnel during inclement weather will be contacted by their supervisors with reporting instructions. And Madam Mayor, just a quick reminder that this year we built in one additional day beyond the 180 days of school required by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So tomorrow and any subsequent inclement weather days will be remote learning days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Crystal Yates Gale. I'm going to provide an update on health and social service items. Again, let me remind you that we are in an enhanced Code Blue, and we expect to be that way through this week. Code Blue operations begin when we reach 32 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, or if the wind chill is 20 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. Enhanced Code Blue begins when we face those freezing temperatures for 3 days. We continue to operate warming centers at select libraries and recreation centers. They provide a warm space with water, snacks, blankets, and warming kits, along with medical and behavioral health services. So this is important to note. The map with locations and hours is updated in real time. We saw social media posts from accounts that are not official city channels that post locations that we have closed during this extreme emergency. We don't want people to show up and not be able to get relief because the location is not staffed and open. So those maps are updated in real time, and you can end the hours, locations, www.phila.gov/getwarm, one word. Please rely on official government websites, phone numbers, and information. Don't rely on social media sites for facts about city government operations. Now, I want to pivot to the extreme and harsh temperatures we are experiencing. Philadelphians are not strangers to cold weather, but temperatures have not reached these freezing degrees for a long time, for a full week. We are not predicted to go above freezing until sometime next week, and this hasn't happened in 20 years. Humans are not meant to be outside in those conditions without proper protection. So everyone, from workers to children outside playing, remember, dress in layers to keep warm, protect your hands and feet with insulated and water-resistant materials, wear a hat because that's where we lose a lot of our body heat. Add a scarf over your nose and mouth to warm the air and when you're breathing into your lungs. If you can stay inside, please do. But if you don't have to stay inside, take breaks, especially if you're exerting yourself, shoveling your sidewalk, or cleaning your car. Also, know the signs of frostbite, which are numbness, white, pale, grayish, yellow skin that feels firm or waxy. Do not rub those areas. Get medical attention. And hypothermia, which can set in quickly in the temperatures we're experiencing and expecting. The symptoms are shivering, confusion, slurred speech, and exhaustion. Seek medical attention immediately if these signs of hypothermia appear, and recognize that hypothermia can lead to death. Call 911. If you need help or you observe someone that needs help, remember, call Homeless Outreach at 215-232-1984 to get access to a warming center. Another important item. For this special weather event, we open 24-hour warming centers from 9 o'clock p.m. Saturday night until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We are not going to close warming centers. However, we are going to go back to our warming center operation. There will be day shifts at libraries, select libraries, and there will be night shifts at select recreation centers. We are going to run and continue our warming centers until these freezing conditions are over. One more time, you can access this location, maps, and hours. It's important. We have people show up at centers that are closed. www.phila.gov/getwarm. Also, remember to check on your neighbors who are vulnerable, especially seniors and those living alone with a disability. One of the things Director Williams said, he's riding around, he does still see sidewalks that are unshoveled. Some of those are your neighbors that can't shovel for themselves. You know who they are, we don't. Please help them. Stay safe, and thank you.
Benjamin Jewell, Water Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Jewell. I'm Commissioner for the Philadelphia Water Department. As extreme cold temperatures continue to impact the region, the Water Department will remain in our enhanced operational posture. Due to the prolonged temperatures below freezing, we know water main breaks will occur. We ask that our residents, when they see a leak in the street, or if they have an interruption in their service, please call. You can reach us at 215-685-6300. Our staff are in the field working extended shifts to respond quickly and perform these repairs as quickly as we can. Please know that in order to repair a water main, we must shut off service to the impacted area. We will always try to restore service as quickly as possible. Additionally, we are continuing to man our 24/7 ice details at our drinking water plant intakes. These shifts are necessary to ensure that we are protecting the intakes from ice as it forms on the river that can reduce our ability to withdraw water from the river. We are also monitoring local river conditions and working with regional partners to better understand what's happening upstream, as upstream river conditions quickly become our conditions that we have to be prepared to respond for. I'd also like to take this moment just to thank our employees who are working very, very hard. There are over 2,000 Water Department employees. Many of them do their work right in front of your homes. Many of them do their work sight unseen, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As we move forward into this weather pattern, their jobs are going to get harder, but they're going to work harder to serve the city of Philadelphia. It's an honor for me to be able to work for and with these members of our community, our neighbors, our friends, our family, and I just wanted to take the moment to say thank you to all of those people who are working for the city.
Scott here, Scott Sauer, our General Manager of SEPTA. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. And good afternoon. So SEPTA has been making steady progress throughout the day, of course, in very difficult conditions. So I'll tell you what's happening at the moment and what to expect on Tuesday. So on the bus network, we've returned 37 of our routes to full service. We expect the majority of routes to come back at the start of tomorrow's service day. We have been really working hand in hand with the Streets Department. They've done a fabulous job of prioritizing SEPTA's needs. SEPTA's needs happen to be part of your priorities as well. So getting our priority routes back in service for tomorrow morning. The good news is most of our metro service, this is our subways, trolleys, the suburban trolleys, many of them operated uninterrupted throughout the storm. Only the city trolley routes had a brief disruption last night, but they've all returned to service. So all the metro service is running presently and will continue to run tomorrow. We will make a decision, however, after 6 p.m. on the return of the trolley tunnel. We have certain provisions we have to put in place to get the tunnel back operational after the storm. Regional Rail is still working on restoration. It is still suspended. But we expect to return service tomorrow morning on a Saturday level schedule. This is in anticipation of any other issues we may find as we have crews out now inspecting all the lines.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was the latest updates there coming from Philadelphia officials talking about the big winter storm blast from this weekend. And you can see many people taking the snow day in stride in Philadelphia. We will take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to get live updates on the ground in Minnesota. We'll have all of that for you. Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on this afternoon. We want to get the latest updates coming from Minneapolis, given the weekend that was another hard one for so many in Minneapolis. And with the latest updates coming, that President Trump also speaking on the phone this morning to Governor Tim Walz. We got the latest updates right now on the ground from Fox News' Garrett Tenney joining us here with a full breakdown. Garrett.
Yeah, Mike, big developments with that conversation between President Donald Trump and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz on the escalating tensions here in Minneapolis. Here's how the two men described that call. President Trump said it was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. The office of Tim Walz released a statement calling it a productive call and said he made the case that we need impartial investigations of the Minneapolis shootings involving federal agents and that we need to reduce the number of federal agents in Minnesota, which, according to Walz's office, the president agreed to to look into. Today, President Trump also announced he is sending border czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis tonight to take over both the investigation into Saturday's shooting and the immigration enforcement operations here. So those developments seem to open the door to some kind of an off-ramp to the increasingly volatile situation here in Minneapolis, which we saw more of last night when a group of anti-ICE activists targeted a hotel where federal agents were staying. They broke the windows, vandalized the building, destroyed the lobby, and you can see for a while there was just a single Minneapolis police officer standing there in the entryway, not really doing much of anything to stop it. So federal agents had to take things into their own hands and geared up to clear the crowd out. Listen to this one agent standing in the doorway with what appears to be a bloodied hand.
Local PD. That's my question for the press.
Okay,
where is the local PD?
Now, eventually, Minneapolis police did show up, but the department says federal agents deployed chemical munitions without notice. No arrests were made. Only 2 people were detained and then released. These ratcheted up protests come after the Saturday shooting of Alex Pretti by Border Patrol officers, the second shooting of an American citizen by federal agents here in the past 3 weeks. Almost immediately, multiple federal officials described Pretti, an ICU nurse at the VA, as a domestic terrorist since he was armed with a 9mm handgun. But that description has started to change as more video has come out showing Pretti never brandished the weapon. Our Bill Malugin reports that more than a half dozen federal law enforcement sources say there is growing frustration with DHS and administration officials over the rhetoric and narratives they've put out in the media about that shooting, such as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem initially calling it a case of domestic terrorism, a claim that isn't supported by any of the videos that have since come out. Here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche this morning on Fox and Friends.
I don't think anybody thinks that they were comparing what happened on Saturday to the legal definition of domestic terrorism. What we saw was a very violent altercation, and I am not going to prejudge the facts.
We've also learned that at least some of the Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's shooting were wearing body cameras at the time. So that video is now part of this investigation. And what isn't clear at this point is what will happen to that video and if it will ultimately be made public. Mike?
Yeah, Garrett, you did a great job over the weekend covering the protest as it was happening. Tell us, what was it like to be in the midst of that chaos just moments after this incident played out?
Mike, it was really interesting because what initially happened is you had federal agents that came in to secure that crime scene. You also had local state police come in to secure that crime scene. And the idea was that Minneapolis police said they sent their officers in to secure this crime scene so that they could make sure they gathered evidence for their own investigation into this shooting. Now, when that happened, Governor Tim Walz made multiple statements saying that the federal agents need to get out of there and that the state had the resources it needed to control that scene and to control the situation here in Minneapolis. But what ultimately happened is when federal agents finished their work there and when they did clear out, is the local and state police who were there were completely overwhelmed by the hundreds of protesters that had gathered around that intersection and essentially ran those officers completely out of the area just by sheer numbers. So you have this narrative from state and local officials that have said, we can handle the situation that's here on the ground. But time and again, we have had opportunities to see if that could be the case. And so far, there has not been any evidence that they have the will or the numbers to be able to control these crowds here that have largely been able to do whatever they want.
Garrett Tenney reporting for us in Minneapolis. Thanks so much for the updates. Great reporting. Stay safe to you and your crew. We appreciate it as always. Thanks so much, Garrett. All right, everyone. We will now take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we will hear remarks from the Minnesota Attorney General. More in moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Bache. Always great to be with you. Coming up in just moments, my colleague Andy Mack will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing you the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and, of course, breaking news as it does happen. In the meantime, let's show you the remarks from the Minnesota Attorney General speaking just a little bit ago. Take a look here at this, all having to do with what a federal judge said in court today, hearing arguments on whether she should temporarily halt the immigration crackdown in Minnesota, which has led to 3 shootings, including 2 fatal shootings by federal officials this month. Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison spoke after the hearing, and we want to play that out for you right now on Live Now.
Of the federal government, and on behalf of our city partners in Minneapolis and St. Paul, who have incurred tremendous increase in cost responding to this ICE escalation. They tell us, and this is their words, this is the single largest deployment of immigration officers in one place at one time. In a state that is not even in the top of immigration. What justifies this disproportionate flood? Nothing legitimate, but the president has been clear. Retribution, he's been clear. He's going to, we didn't vote for him. He was really salty about that. And it's unjustified and illegal, and we're praying for the relief that the state of Minnesota needs from the court. And I want to thank the court for listening so carefully. And I just want to thank all of the lawyers and all the staff who came before us today. I'll give my colleagues a chance to make any comment they want, and then we'll answer a few questions, then we got to get back to work.
We got the opportunity today to make our case in court. I think we made a strong one. The federal government has not denied our allegation of pervasive and widespread illegal conduct by these 3,000 federal agents who are masked and heavily armed. And we hope that the court will respond to our request for an immediate injunction.
I just want to take a moment and say thank you to the courageous people of Minnesota and the courageous local media in particular, and the legal observers and the many who are documenting many of the facts that we have found so fundamental to bringing this case to court. We can't simply ask the court to look around or look outside. We have to bring that story into the courtroom. And every day, the courage of people who have come to our office, come to the ACLU, and come to other attorneys to help put those stories to paper or to photos or to videos, it's been critical. And so thank you to everyone who is doing that courageous part of us bringing something that's both profoundly constitutional but also profoundly human to a courtroom.
So folks, I respect you, believe that. But we do have a bunch of work that we got to get back to the office to do. So we're going to take about 5 or 6 questions and just contact Brian Evans at my office if we need to do any follow-up. Brian Evans, brian.evans@ag.state.mn.us. So we're going to have to go in a minute. We'll answer a few, but then reach out to Brian.
Sure. If I could just ask you, the judge seemed to focus on a couple of things. Pam Bondi's letter, and also the president's social media post about a day of retribution. She appeared, especially with talking about the Pam Bondi letter, she appeared critical. Is that the way you saw it, and do you think those two things are helping your case?
Let me just say, I think that the judge is incredibly bright and is focused on the critical issues. I'm not sure what to conclude or based on her questions, but it appeared to me, and I got the sense that she understood the issues very well. And I'll just say on my own behalf that the Pam Bondi letter it kind of reveals what this is all about. This is not about fraud, and it's not even about immigration, and it's certainly not about law enforcement. It's about handing over documents of the state of Minnesota, private information, including voting information, to the federal government. That's what this is about. And that's why we're fighting it.
Do you mind just briefly summarizing what the legal argument was, both the retribution argument and then the 10th Amendment argument that it prevents the state from
conducting its own public safety, public health. Just can you put that in a nutshell? You know what you expanded on in court, just to help us out.
I'll let my colleague jump in here.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'll respond mainly with just describing the coercion argument. So basically, you know, our Constitution creates a split sovereignty, right? We have the federal government as one sovereign state, and then we have the several states who are separate sovereigns. Critical to that, and a series of rulings from the Supreme Court, is that the federal government cannot coerce the states into legislating, and they cannot conscript state officers or state employees into administering a federal program. And that is exactly what we have here, is this surge is directed at forcing the state and our municipal parties to legislate and forcing them to participate. Now, whether a state wants to do that is a different story, but the issue is, and this is a critical issue with separation of powers that has been fundamental to our stable republic for the last 250 years, is that the feds can't boss the states around. And that's exactly what we see in the Bondi letter, is that's what they're trying to accomplish here. And I should add, too, that they've tried to get these results in court. And we've gone to court, and we've fought them, and we've won, and we're continuing to win. But what they couldn't accomplish with the rule of law in court, now they're trying to accomplish with force in the streets. And that's a big risk to our government.
No, wait a minute. This gentleman in the blue coat was, yeah. He's the one who dragged me down here to talk to y'all. So give him a thanks.
Do you have a sense for when she'll rule, and if she doesn't rule in your favor, is there any other off-ramp for the state and the cities?
I'll let my colleagues jump in on this one. The first one, I don't know when the court will rule. Obviously, we hope it's soon, but the court, this judge is known for her care and excellent attention to detail. And so she rules when she rules. On the other one, we're never going to stop defending Minnesota. If things go our way, great. If they don't, we're right back to the drawing board. The moment will never arrive when we stop fighting for this state. Full stop. I don't know if you guys want to say anything about that.
Just from a procedural standpoint, if the court were to either grant or deny the relief that we're seeking, this is a very preliminary stage of a lawsuit. It does not mean that the lawsuit is being decided on the merits. And so the case will progress regardless of what happens after today.
Good. Yep.
Your reaction to the question, if there's a line, where is it? Based on what you've seen.
Well, here's the thing. If we were talking about a statute from Congress that said you states have to do what we say, then we really wouldn't be having much of a debate. It would clearly be commandeering. But what if instead of a statute saying you must do this, I go get 4,000 people and drop them into the middle of your state and start basically pushing you around and causing chaos? Can they achieve, with force and coercion and armed masked men on the street, what they couldn't achieve with a coercive statute? We say no. And so from my standpoint, once they decided that this was retribution against Minnesota and we're going to make you do it our way because we're the federal government and you're not, once they did that, they crossed the line. After that, they filled in more. They got a bunch of people to intimidate us, shot up 3 people, killed 2 of them. But at the end of the day, this is coercion, federal overreach, and it started when they decided to do that, in my mind. So I'll just say that I heard the number that they started out with 80 ICE agents. Did you hear that? Status quo was 80. We're somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000. If it's 4,000, that's a 4,900% increase. Now, if there's such thing as too many, 4,900% increase has got to be too many. But the number is not really the issue for me. The number is how they're achieving their original illegal decision to coerce us. But they did it through, I don't know, social media posts, all these people on the street. All this stuff amounts to coercion, and it's got to stop, and I pray it stops right away. One more question, don't be mad at me, but he was loudest, so he gets the last question. And he's from North Dakota, so we got to be nice to our cousins.
Los North Dakota wants to know how much this decision here would affect the country, the nation, because you're talking about sovereignty.
Right.
Sovereignty of individual states.
That's right.
How important is this decision that this judge makes today, or when she makes it, to the sovereignty of individual states in the country?
This decision is extremely important to the sovereignty of every single state. This decision is critically important, but as because
all right, just listening in there, Keith Ellison, the Minnesota Attorney General, talking about that early on Monday. We do have some major developments right now out of Minneapolis. This comes just days after a tragic weekend there in the Twin Cities. Democratic leaders calling for Border Patrol and ICE agents to be removed from their communities. And it appears there's a big shift that is actually happening. The Washington Examiner, Anna Gianaratelli, a reporter that we've had on here on Live Now from Fox, reporting just that Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, will be departing. She says she has confirmed that all Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis are being sent home. DHS, CBP have not responded to an email. This comes after federal sources told me that over the weekend, agents were told their deployment will be extended into February. Major changes in 24 hours. And of course, this also comes after a phone conversation President Trump did speak with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz this morning. They said they did have a good conversation, a good phone call, and also President Trump, the White House, announcing that there would be changes to the leadership in the Twin Cities. His border czar, Tom Homan, now will lead that, and we'll see what that exactly looks like with this new report that Border Patrol agents being sent home. As a major developments after, like I said, a very tragic weekend, as border czar Tom Homan will oversee operations. Not exactly sure if Tom Homan had the call on this, President Trump, or who else was involved with all of this. But we do know from that hearing in court earlier on today that there were more than 3,000 federal agents in Minnesota, part of that Operation Metro Surge. This according to the attorney for the U.S. Department of Justice, as Brantley Mayers, a U.S. Department of Justice attorney, told the U.S. District Judge Catherine Menendez on Monday that there were more than 3,000 federal immigration officers in the state for Operation Metro Surge. That revelation came as Menendez heard arguments related to Minnesota and the Twin Cities lawsuit against the Department of Justice seeking a temporary restraining order on ICE operations in the Twin Cities. The breakdown, Mayor says that at least 2,000 ICE officers, 1,000 Border Patrol officers are a part of that operation. They would provide the exact number later. But these are major developments after a very sad weekend there, as a 37-year-old ICU nurse, Alex Pretti, tragically losing his life in a fatal shooting with a confrontation with Border Patrol. A lot of videos circulating online as well. And this is the second such death by a U.S. citizen there in the Twin Cities in 17 days. Renee Good, the other one. Obviously, lots of national attention on the Twin Cities amid these protests. Hundreds of thousands of people showing out for them in frigid temperatures. So we'll see what this exactly happens, what it looks like as Border Patrol agents reportedly being sent home, this according to the Washington Examiner. So we're following it all closely here on Live Now from Fox. We'll bring you more details on what exactly this is, what's next for the Twin Cities, and obviously more about the immigration crackdown that's happened in so many different communities around the country. Again, a live picture one more time there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Another frigid day here to start the week. To this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We're continuing to follow some of the latest developments, including after a major winter storm pushed through lots of the eastern United States, the southeastern, dealing with a lot of ice and cold temperatures that they're not technically used to. Obviously very frigid, freezing temperatures, ice kind of covering the roads. Some of the people without power, hundreds of thousands of people losing power this weekend. You can see there in Philadelphia, Minneapolis, dealing with cold temperatures. Let's take you right now out to southeastern Texas. They're also a part of this winter storm. We're hearing now from the mayor there as John Whitmire speaking about this. Let's listen in to this live event on Live Now.
Community. No questions about immigration status. We just want to take care of everyone that's in need of warming center or shelter.
Mayor, there's obviously some city-county collaboration on display here. The county judge said earlier today that she invited you to a press conference last week and you did not attend. Why?
We were very busy preparing the city of Houston for this Arctic blast.
She said
I'm going to tell you what I was doing because we were given a specific time and I could not be there. She has a responsibility. I have a responsibilities. Our staffs work very close together. The county are my partners, but I can't always meet someone else's schedule, particularly when you get them at the last minute. So I respect her operation, but I have the responsibility of running the city.
I mean, just to quickly follow
And I know you want to make an issue out of that, but it's a non-issue.
Well,
I work with the,
choose the time.
sir, I know you want to create a controversy. There one doesn't exist. I'm here, the county is my partner, but I don't work on someone else's schedule because I've got 2.3 million Houstonians, thousands of people that need our assistance. So let me run the city. We will work and share resources, but I was in charge of the city planning our press conference and getting so much involved, even Metro. Metro, you call Metro Live, and they will bring you to a shelter. So we were checking all of our boxes. We've done a great job, and I appreciate your wanting to stir things up, but it just ain't going to happen because things are working so well.
Any other questions? I have a question. Hi, I'm Carol Baker. I'm a community justice organizer.
Sure.
Social justice advocate with Pure Justice, alumni purejustice.org, as well as Texas Organizing Project. I would like to know, I'm sure the people would like to know, where are we with affordable housing? Especially for those who have been chronically homeless for double-digit years. Share some truth on that for me.
It's a high priority for the county. We're collaborating on that. You know, we opened Middle Street last week, which was somewhat controversial. We received 400 units for those that had been given a commitment for that location. We're also trying to streamline the permitting and the building operation and keep costs, affordability as low as possible, because when you have a dysfunctional permitting or building planning department, that just adds the cost. Affordable housing is one of our highest priorities. In fact, I made the bold move to open Middle Street, which was built and designed before I got there, but at a cost of $130 million. I wouldn't have built it there, but we got the clearance from EPA, TECQ, and we're moving people in there.
Is that the land that's contaminated?
Ma'am, we got all the clearances. We got the clearances. There is no contamination where that site is located.
And where can the people find the writings on that or the evidence on that? It's documented somewhere, right?
Yes, ma'am. The Housing Authority has all the documents. We'll be glad to share them with you.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
You bet.
Mayor, as y'all getting ready for this weekend, what constitutes opening a warming center?
You know, we use our best judgment. We have criteria that we're continuing to improve. We look at the chill factor. We look at the temperature. We look at the population and the demand. But we rapidly open them to get the homeless and those. I was in Northeast Houston Multi-Service Center yesterday, and a lady said, I saw you on TV last night. And I said, how'd you watch me on TV? Oh, I was at home. I said, well, what are you doing here? Well, I just felt it would be a better place. So all these residents that are here all have independent challenges. Many are challenging from drug, alcohol, mental health. Many have been living under a bridge. We have outreach teams. We go. I was at Fondy last night. HPD officer pulls up, young officer, gets someone out of the back seat of his automobile. We are looking for folks to be in our facilities, and we will continue to monitor the weather. This has thus far been very successful. We're not through. We'll monitor it tomorrow at noon and see where we are. And then we've got to get ready, we're told, for the weekend. So that's why the collaboration is so important. The county resources, city resources, we represent the same people. And that's what's being evidenced here with this press conference today. We don't identify boundary lines, you know, whether it's cold fronts or public safety or health care. We're all in this together. We represent the same people, and that's the reason I'm so excited to be here. Thank you to the commissioner for collaborating with the entire city of Houston. We have huge responsibilities, and let me just tell you one of the challenges. As we prepared all week, we started last Sunday, we were getting 3 different reports of the weather projections from meteorologists. Some said the freeze would stop in Montgomery County. Some said all the way to the Gulf. So what you have to do is use your experience, have the best team in place, and make a wise judgment, which is being demonstrated today. Thank you.
Has the city been impacted by the people dripping their water?
You know, believe it or not, people are listening. You know, it gets down to credibility. The commissioner has credibility, I have credibility, and we don't have press conferences if they're not meaningful. And that's the reason this one is so important. At this stage of the storm, we need to report to Houstonians and Harris County residents, continue to be cautious. Be careful about dripping your pipes. We need that water pressure, and people are listening. I'll also say they stayed off the roads. Our 911 first responder calls were not unusually high. So everyone working together, our unity in our community is something, quite frankly, to recognize and celebrate.
Mayor, can you talk about the warming centers? Are they at capacity? Is there still?
What's happening is Fondy, West Gray Multi-Service Center are at capacity, and we're actually literally taking people to Denver Harbor, Fifth Ward, and other locations where they get the same quality of service. But at some point in time, Fondy was at 200 last night. Multi-Service West Gray was at 140. People are still showing up. No one's turned out. Even if we're at capacity, we take care of you.
Yes.
And we sure as heck don't ask you who you are or where you're coming from. We don't care.
Yes, there's capacity here at Bayland Community Center. It'll be open through tomorrow. And so we have space here, similar to what Mayor Whitmire was saying. No questions asked. Everyone is welcome, including your pets. If you have a crate, please bring it. If not, we can provide one. And to this point, all of the warming centers and shelters, we're in close communication on capacity to make sure that if somebody comes to a center or shelter that is at capacity, we transport them to a place that has room. But here, we do have room here at Bayland Community Center, and we're here to serve you. So thank you.
What is the total capacity of all the county's warming centers?
So this one in particular, so my team and I have this one, and we have about 80 cots, and then we have capacity for more beyond the cots that we have. Sí. Sí, bueno, todos están bienvenidos aquí en el Centro Comunitario de Bayland. Tenemos una capacidad de aproximadamente 80 personas. Tenemos
All right, just listening in there, Houston officials speaking about this frigid winter storm. You heard there John Whitmire, the mayor, talking about this as it was a cold couple days, a cold week in southeastern Texas, along with numerous other cities around the Southeast. We're going to speak to reporters in the likes of Nashville, Tennessee, Charlotte, North Carolina, and others about what they are witnessing, what they're seeing. Obviously, lots of people without power, thousands, tens of thousands of flight disruptions as well at numerous major hubs across the United States. All right, let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. 4 top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We're continuing to learn more information about a shakeup within the Border Patrol in Minneapolis. This comes after a tragic weekend there in the Twin Cities. A live look at Minneapolis right now here on Live Now from Fox on this Monday after the tragic death, the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti. We are learning new information that Border Czar Tom Homan taking over will head to the Twin Cities. This comes after President Donald Trump and also Minnesota Governor Tim Walz spoke on the phone, and we heard different Democratic leaders, including Tim Walz and others, demand that Border Patrol and ICE depart Minnesota. Senator Amy Klobuchar spoke with our Fox 9 team about some of these different protests that are taking place, the immigration crackdown in that city. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
Busy couple of days for you. Heading back to D.C. tomorrow. There have been a growing, calls from the GOP side of the aisle now in Congress, some GOP governors, about a fair, transparent, thorough investigation. What do you see happening here?
I think there's a sea change going on, and what we knew was happening in Minnesota, whether you're Democrat or Republican, that this was getting out of hand. We have 3,000 ICE agents and only 1,100 sworn officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Our 10 metro police departments, there's more ICE agents here. And out of balance, resulting in horrific shootings, of course. 2 out of the 3 killings in Minnesota have been at the hands of in Minneapolis have been at the hands of federal agents. And so that's where we are. And what has happened with I would say the videos of the shooting of Alex Pretti, and people seeing at first it's confusing, but then when you see the enlargement of the videos with the fact that he was a lawful gun owner and that gun was in the holster and it was removed by federal agents and then he was shot in the back, those things are very chilling for the people of this country. So the pushback yesterday was intense. Finally, we had some Republican senators, House members, gun owners, the NRA, some local legislators saying enough. We need a transparent investigation, but a number of them saying this is not okay. Police chiefs in Minnesota and across the country. And I think that has gotten to a pitched level. So what we've been seeing for weeks has finally made it in a big way into the White House.
Had you been hearing any of that GOP concern prior to Saturday? Had it been starting to bubble up?
I had some discussions with Republican senators, so some of it was out there. But honestly, I think yesterday was the breaking point. And that has led, of course, to the president having a discussion with Governor Walz and, not doing a mean tweet coming out of it. And I actually have been talking to various people in the administration for weeks, as have a number of people, our police chiefs, the business community, obviously Chief O'Hara, and really pleading with them to say, stop this. And basically 3,000 ICE agents, get them out of here. They're not making us safe. They're making us less safe. Fraud investigation, please help with that. Apprehending violent offenders, yes, that is a worthy purpose for everyone. But that's not what this has turned into. So I'm hoping that this de-escalation will continue. We need them out of our towns. It's not just Minneapolis, St. Paul, suburbs, small towns.
Yeah, you mentioned the president having a conversation with Governor Walz. I believe you've been in touch with parts of the administration as well. And now the Border Czar Tom Homan's being dispatched here. What does all this mean collectively then?
I hope, and this administration can change course very quickly, but I hope that this leads to a decision that while work will continue to be done on violent offenders and on fraud, that this huge number of ICE agents, some of whom are clearly not trained as our police officers are in Minnesota, that they simply leave our state.
You think it's actually nearing the potential outcome of that?
I hope so.
You don't know.
This is based on my discussions with Republicans yesterday and this morning, and certainly the police chiefs coming out statewide and nationally asking for a change and making very clear that they are concerned about the rule of law and following police procedures. That's got to at some level affect the president.
And if Tom Homan, the border czar, is coming here, that signals what?
Well, I don't agree with everything he does, but he is the boss of, clearly of the border control involvement in the shooting of Alex Pretti is going to be a major issue going forward. So I hope that he's coming here to de-escalate and to say, we are going to listen to the police chiefs, listen to the business community, listen to elected leaders.
Okay.
And we have said enough is enough.
As a former prosecutor, head of a county attorney, I want to get your take on this. When the head of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension discloses they were denied access to the scene, then got a signed warrant, and were still denied access to the scene. As a former prosecutor, how does that strike you?
Well, this is unbelievable to me because we have a very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They have investigated heinous murders. They have investigated police-involved shootings before. They have investigated, sex rings, you name it. They are very good. And we have always been able to coordinate FBI, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, local county attorney's office, U.S. attorney, and for them to be denied access is just an unbelievable thing. I hope that will also change. I know that they are undergoing the investigation of this. Regardless, they want to get everything, not just the videos, and they have to turn those over. And part of this ICE problem of these untrained groups of officers just from other states that don't know our Minnesota roaming our streets is going to result in some very serious situations if they don't leave soon. It has already resulted in 2 deaths.
As you head back to Washington, another topic is, not supporting funding, continued funding for ICE, which brings concerns of maybe a partial government shutdown. I mean, what's the situation here?
Okay, so the important thing to know is we have had a number of bipartisan bills. So that if we can get, there's 5 bills, and if we can get these bills done, and which I support outside of ICE, then it would be a focus on ICE. And we've already funded the government through bipartisan bills, so it would not be, depending on how the Republicans want to handle this, some across-the-board shutdown. This discussion of our ability to represent our constituents and say, this has got to change. We want immigration enforcement. We want order at the border. But what we don't want is groups of basically thugs roaming our streets, not following the law, not wearing body cameras, ramming into people's houses without judicial warrants, picking up legal citizens, not getting the proper training. They're down to 47 days of training from 5 months. And then just too much money in their budget. They increased their budget. I voted against this by 3 times. They are now bigger than the FBI. They have $75 billion, and you can see the results of it with this surge. I would rather use that money for local law enforcement. Let's give this to the police officers in our state and help our state in other ways with health care and the like. We're always going to have immigration enforcement. We should. But the way it's being run now is just wrong.
So is that potential budget funding, could that lead to a dispute that might lead to?
So it could lead to a partial shutdown. It could lead to some agreement to make reforms. There's all kinds of outcomes here. But for us to just say, oh yeah, hey, we're going to keep funding ICE at its current levels and let them keep doing this in the cities of America, even if they pull out of Minnesota, that's not good.
And lastly, I know you filed papers to potentially run for governor. I'm not going to ask you where your mind's at there because you'll make an announcement when you decide to make an announcement. But how has the events of recent days impacted that decision-making, maybe in terms of just a time frame in making a decision, or just some of the questions and things you have to consider?
Well, clearly, for me, I like my job now, but I love my state more. And so that's going into the timing of this. I clearly, right now, when we're dealing with this crisis in our state, you've got to put politics aside. But I am clearly, I follow file papers. I wouldn't have done that if I wasn't interested in doing this, and so stay tuned.
Thank you. U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
All right, that was just Amy Klobuchar, the senator there on our Fox 9 partners. And obviously that happened earlier this morning, talking about Democratic leadership calling for a pullback of Border Patrol agents after a tragic weekend in the Twin Cities. And that shakeup, that major shift is apparently happening, and some clarification, because this is a very fluid, a very dynamic situation right now, but we are learning new information about exactly what that pullback looks like. This, a post on social media from our Fox News team, Bill Maluzhin, talking about multiple federal sources confirmed to Fox News that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and some, not all of the Border Patrol agents will be leaving the state imminently, and we'll see exactly what that means. We heard in court earlier on today that there were some 3,000 federal agents involved in this immigration crackdown, 2,000 on the Border Patrol side, 1,000 on the ICE, the other way around, 2,000 on the ICE side, 1,000 on the Border Patrol side. Let's continue our conversation right now here on Live Now and bring into it Wall Street Journal immigration reporter Michelle Hackman. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, this is just breaking. This is just happening as we speak, but the pullback appears to be happening. What do you know? What are we learning at this hour?
Yeah, it seems to be a really deliberate, almost U-turn, a de-escalation of what's been going on in Minneapolis. I've been speaking to a lot of people inside and close to the administration, and it seems like this second shooting has really hit people a lot harder than the first one, that they're feeling like, oh gosh, this is really on us. This is too much. I've been hearing reports that the president has been expressing those views, that this has become too much for him. He's seen the polling. And so that's how I'm reading all these steps. I mean, they've asked Bovino to head out, to leave imminently with many of his agents. We don't know precisely how many are leaving Minnesota. But he's also asked Tom Homan, who, sort of has a different approach to these things. Tom Homan is someone who likes to work more methodically. He doesn't like the sort of approach of these huge roving patrols doing street sweeps the way they've been doing.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And obviously, leaving and 3,000 federal agents removed, that might not be the goal, because we heard from Amy Klobuchar, we've heard from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz that they still want immigration enforcement on the ground, but they want it done responsibly and held accountable for that way. What exactly, how limited and how much of a pullback could there be?
We don't totally know yet, but 3,000 agents is really an unprecedented number. I just want to give your viewers an idea. In Chicago, when we saw this huge deployment, that was 300 Border Patrol. And by the way, that's a city of about 2.5 million people. This is a city a fifth of that size, and there are 3,000 agents sort of roaming the streets here.
Yeah, that is a very good point in terms of that. Let's get back to the other news that we learned this morning from the White House, from President Trump, that border czar Tom Homan would be taking over the commands there of ICE, Border Patrol in that region. In terms of what he brings to this, what is this shift? What does this move suggest from President Trump?
Again, this definitely suggests a course correction. There has been a long ongoing battle inside the administration between Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. What we've seen in Minnesota and places like Chicago and Los Angeles were her vision of what immigration enforcement should look like. A little chaotic, very public, flashy. Tom Homan, again, has been the voice in the administration arguing that ICE should really be focused on immigrants with a criminal history, people with final orders of removals. He's been advocating a sort of more methodical, but in some people's view, a slower approach to enforcement that until now was disfavored. And it seems like things are sort of changing.
And you mentioned Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. What is her standing right now? She's come out and obviously defended Border Patrol after that shooting, the fatal one of Alex Pretti. Where does she stand with the president?
It's not totally clear to us how the president views her at this moment. He has been supportive of her in the past. We have seen Republicans breaking ranks in Congress, more Republicans. We had James Comer, the head of the Oversight Committee, calling for DHS to leave Minnesota. We have seen other Republicans saying, We want to hear, senior leaders from DHS coming to testify. Those are signs that Republicans are breaking ranks and are not totally supportive of the administration.
Yeah, and obviously some things still might be able to change, but this also comes after President Trump spoke with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz earlier on today. They said they had a productive call. This is the Post from social media. Tim Walz called me with the request to work together to respect Minnesota. We are looking for any and all criminals that they have in their possession, and obviously characterized as this. I said there was going to be an impartial investigation into that shooting, the deadly one of Alex Pretti. How much is this a step forward, a shifting of the temperature, a cooling of the temperature to have these two individuals together? Because we've seen Minnesota officials before speak to members of the administration. Did this conversation cool temperatures?
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about what came before this. I mean, Trump basically sent these agents to Minnesota to punish Tim Walz, to punish him for this massive welfare scandal that's been happening in his state under his watch. Trump essentially ended Tim Walz's career. I mean, first of all, he beat him in the 2024 election. He essentially forced him to quit running for re-election in his own state. And so the fact that now Trump is sort of being conciliatory to Tim Walz and giving him conditions that are sort of eminently meetable conditions to do a drawdown of agents there seems like a changing course.
Yeah, that's a very good context, because it was just over a year ago that they were facing off in this race for the White House. You mentioned some of the kind of nature, the sentiment for Republicans. We had a GOP gubernatorial candidate, Chris Mandel, drop out of the race based on the fact of what happened over the weekend. Are we seeing that? Is that going to continue the trend amongst other members of the GOP questioning and potentially trying to hold some of these accountable? Have we seen that sentiment shift already, and will it continue?
That was a pretty extreme case. That was a candidate who was running as a Republican and said he just couldn't stand for what was going on. I don't think we've seen anything quite like that. But you have Kevin Stitt, who's the Republican governor of Oklahoma, the head of the Republican Governors Association, coming out yesterday and saying the president's being given bad advice. I think you're seeing more and more people say things like that they really want to change in course because people are afraid for the midterms.
Yeah, people are obviously, that is a very crucial one in 2026, just later on this year. I do want to ask you, because we've seen different immigration crackdowns in different cities. You mentioned Chicago, this one in Minneapolis. What comes next in terms of this? Do they just shift to a different city, or could this be kind of tempered around the country?
It's really a good question. Until now, we've seen ICE sort of stage one massive operation after another. Los Angeles, DC, Chicago. Right now, they're running a sort of smaller scale operation across the state of Maine. I still think we'll see ICE operations, but I wonder whether they're going to be smaller, sort of less flashy, less militaristic.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about it, because you talk about this, and ICE and Border Patrol, obviously sometimes confused by the general public, and rightly so. Do they separate themselves a little bit in the aftermath of what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think there is a strong sense. I mean, there was always a strong sense among ICE officers that Border Patrol shouldn't be doing interior enforcement. That's not their training. They're trained to be at the border. They're trained to almost do like these rugged mountain chases. They don't often interact with U.S. citizens. And so there's been a lot of frustration that they've been allowed to operate so freely and even sometimes lead these operations in major American cities. And I think you might see a reversal there.
All right, I want to get back to what happened over the weekend with Alex